a new property for a new office there in D.C. So that's a recap that we have right now. Chair Charles Zuni. So with that, colleagues, are we up and ready to go? You have to bear with us. The power in Winter Rock
Elmer Begay. Key Ellen Begay Jr.
Green on amendment 1. Thank you.
Paul Begay. Paul Begay.
Green.
Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Nathaniel Brown.
Hello, can you hear me?
Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knopf-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cannon-Crotty votes green. Thank you. Lorraine Shredder, did you get Delegate Brown's vote?
Green. I didn't get his vote. Oh. Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Can you all hear me? Hello, hello.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Herman Daniels.
Good morning, Council Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. votes green.
Herman Daniels votes green. Mark Freeland.
Green. Thank you.
Mark Freeland votes green. Cornell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Cornell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio votes green.
Jamie Henio votes green. Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Ricky Ness. Ricky Ness. Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Carl Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So.
Green.
Eugene So votes green. Otto So.
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edison Winica. Edison Winica. Evan Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy O'Hare.
Delegate Gallagher, vote green.
Jimmy O'Hare votes green. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer Begay. Key Allen Begay Jr. Key Allen Begay Jr. Paul Begay. Paul Begay. Votes green. Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Ricky Nez. Ricky Nez. Edison Winica. Edison Winica. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay.
Junior votes green.
Speaker, Daniel,
19 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair.
Chairman, so I heard you. What did you say?
could we show that Honorable Edison Winica is excused?
Oh, yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay too. I'll vote green on it.
Mr. Chair.
Did you get on?
This is Delegate Begay. Elmer.
Okay, Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. I didn't get your vote.
Vote green on it.
Okay, with Elmer P. Begay is 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Speaker Keelan, I voted green.
T. Allen Begay Jr. already put you down for green.
Okay, with that, on Amendment 1, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. That back to the main motion. Any comments, questions, additions, deletions? Going once, going twice, times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 1, motion to add legislation 0104-20 and 0126-20 to the agenda. Add Report B, update on expenditure plan from the Office of the Speaker in regards to water, power, and broadband. Report C, update on all expenditures and appropriations that were passed by legislation 0116-20. Add Report D on HEHSCJN-08-20 from Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management on clarification on personnel leave in regards to COVID-19. Report E, which is a written report from the Washington office on the acquisition of property purchased in Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion second. Go to board. Roll call vote.
Elmer P. Begay,
Green.
Elmer P. Begay votes green. Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green on the main motion. For the record, I did vote green on the Amendment 1. Thank you.
Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Paul Begay,
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knobloch-Crotty,
Delegate Amber Canisbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knobloch-Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels,
Council Delegate Herman M. Daniels Sr. votes green.
Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Mark Freeland,
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Mark Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona,
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio,
Henio votes green.
Jamie Henio votes green. Vince James,
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Richie Ness, Ricky Ness, Carl Slater, Carl Slater, Raymond Smith Jr., Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Elaine So, Elaine So,
Green.
Elaine So votes green. Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So,
I vote green. So
Eugene So votes green. Otto So,
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Evan Yazzie, Evan Yazzie, Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vicky Ness. Vicky Ness. Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Slater votes green. Edwin Yazzie. Edison Winica is excused. With a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Teacher.
Hey, with that, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. That's chair not voting. Motion carries. We do have an agenda before us. That moving on. Reading out the journals. That we're going to adopt the journals. There are none. Receiving reports. Under item number 5, we'll start off with item number 8. Report on the quadrilateral agreement and MOA updates by the Assistant Attorney General, Department of Justice, Martin Begay, Director, Parks and Recreation, Deanna Begay, Wildlife Biologist, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and J.T. Willie, Executive Director, Division of Economic Development. With that, is there anybody from the Department of Justice that's on the line?
Yes, good morning, Speaker. This is Catherine Bolzowski, Assistant Attorney General for the Economic Community Development Unit.
Oh, great. I'll just turn the floor over to you, and then we can go on from there.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm, I did send some materials last night. I don't know if the council's received them for my presentation today. Oh, hello?
Yes, hold on.
Oh.
Did you send it to all the 24th Navajo Nation Council?
No, I sent it to the Miss Arviso, Melinda Arviso.
Speaker, this is Melinda. The documents were sent out to all the Navajo Nation 24th Council. Thank you.
When were they sent out?
I have it in my inbox.
They were sent out this morning.
Speaker. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Miss Siako, when did you send them out?
I believe they were sent out this morning, sir.
At what time?
(9:07 a.m.)
At 9:07 a.m., sir.
Did everybody receive that?
This is Delegate Yellowhair. I've got it too. Thank you, Speaker.
I got it too.
Okay. All right. Since everybody has it, Honorable Slater, were you wanting to say something?
I was just letting you know that I had it, and I believe that they were successfully delivered to all the delegates.
Okay. Great. So the delegates do have that. So we'll go back to the Department of Justice. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members of Council. I just wanted to at first acknowledge that I'm new to working on this issue, and that a lot of the materials that are being provided to you in previous presentations and work on these agreements was done by my predecessor, Ms. Latanya Vicente Johnson. And so I just wanted to give her credit for all the work that she's done and all the meetings that she's had over the past couple of years with the chapters and with the National Park Service. And what I'll be providing you guys today is just really an overview of all of that work and of the agreements that are set to expire September of this year. And to start, I just wanted to give a little bit of background that's not included on the documents that were provided about kind of how we got here in regards to these different parcels of land and to these agreements. And back in the 1950s, the federal government wanted to establish the city of Page. And what they ended up doing is they ended up doing a land swap with the Navajo Nation, where they received the area that's now the city of Page, and the Navajo Nation received what is currently McCracken Mesa. And so that was passed by, that land swap was passed by Congress in 1958. In that 1958 bill, Congress described these two parcels of land, Parcel A and Parcel B, and these are referenced throughout these agreements. So I just wanted to kind of first establish what the parcels were. Parcel A is more or less the city of Page. And Parcel B, which is really important for our discussions today, is the south bank of the Little Colorado River. And it starts a little bit north of Page and goes all the way up into Colorado and San Juan, or I'm sorry, not Colorado, Utah and San Juan County. And so the Parcel B is what the Navajo Nation has jurisdiction over, and Parcel A is what the federal government had jurisdiction over. The Quadrilateral Agreement, which was first put in place in 1970, it talks about Parcel B. So Parcel B is a very long, thin strip of the south bank of the Little Colorado River, and that's what the Quadrilateral Agreement talks about. It basically says how the National Park Service and the Navajo Nation are going to work together in administering Parcel B. And what's interesting about Parcel B is that technically it's all on Navajo Nation land. So Parcel B is all on trust land, but the way the agreement was drafted, and this is probably just a product of the time that it was drafted in the 1970s, is that it requires the National Park Service to sign off on development that the Navajo Nation wants to do on this land. And so this is kind of like the basis for all the agreements that come after. And this is also going to be expiring on September 10th of this year. The next agreement that came after the Quadrilateral Agreement was in 1994, and that was an MOU. And this was, while the Quadrilateral Agreement, Parcel B, so that entire area, the MOU in 1994 only talks about a small part. It only talks about the Antelope Point. And this area is right at the beginning of where our Parcel B starts and where the federal government land starts. So it's at this intersection. And so Antelope Point is shared between the Navajo Nation and NPS. And what the MOU was trying to do is it was trying to really establish this agreement between the two entities on how we were going to administer Antelope Point. And what it does is it creates a development concept plan, and it creates a structure for how NPS and the nation are going to move forward in procuring an entity to help manage and help run the businesses on Antelope Point. And so pursuant to the MOU, the nation and NPS went forward and they procured a business to basically run all of the concessions on Antelope Point Holding. And they procured that in 1999, and they ended up procuring a business called Antelope Point Holding. And pursuant to that procurement, the nation issued a business site lease to Antelope Point Holding in 2002, and NPS issued the concession contract to Antelope Point Holdings in 2003. Also in 2003, the Navajo Nation and NPS entered into what's called a bridge agreement, and this basically allows the nation and NPS to oversee the business site lease and the concession contract together. And so it's more of a management of the business site lease and the concessions contract. The business site lease, the concessions contract, those aren't set to expire until 2022. However, because agreements are based on the quadrilateral agreement and the MOU. If those base agreements expire, then you're going to lose the underlying authority that created the bridge agreement, the business site lease, the concessions contract. So all of these things are all layered on top of each other. The quadrilateral agreement is your base agreement, and it kind of controls everything. Everything springs from that agreement. The 1994 MOU, the concessions contract, the business site leasing, the bridge agreement. And so that's, my understanding is that is what was at issue today before council, before NABI, is discussing how the nation wants to move forward in renewing the quadrilateral agreement, and if it wants to renew it, and how it wants to renew it. And so, there's been a lot of meetings that DOJ has participated in with the chapters that are affected by these agreements. And I know that the chapters have, they have their ideas on how they would like to move forward and how they would like these agreements renegotiated. It's really a policy decision on the part of council and the chapters and OPVP on how you guys would like these agreements to look in the future. At this time, it's highly unlikely that we'll be able to renegotiate these contracts by the expiration date in September of 2020. The DOJ would recommend at this time an extension of these contracts until they can be properly negotiated. I think there's a lot of updating that these agreements need to bring them out of 1970 and into 2020, as including the removal of there's very heavy oversight by NPS on Navajo Nation development and activities on these lands, and so that may be something that council and the chapters want to think about moving forward, and also what role chapters will play in these new agreements. And so that's all I have, unless there are any questions from the delegates.
Okay, thank you. I'll go on, and then I can come back to, unless if there's immediate questions, colleagues. Thank you. Is that it from Department of Justice?
Yes.
Okay, great. Moving on down, then, is Mr. Marty Begay on the line? Or Martin Begay? Mr. Begay? Nobody, anybody else from Parks and Rec that's on the line? If there's nobody there, is Miss Leanna Begay from Wildlife Biology on the line? Our Department of Fish and Wildlife?
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
Okay. Did you have anything to add on to the conversation or presentation?
Sure. I'll just add a little bit of information. So thank you again for everyone who's on the phone call, and Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council as well. So just to add to the information that Catherine from DOJ provided, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has also been participating in some of the meetings that we have been invited to by the Department of Justice. Our botanist actually presented last year, I believe in March, at the Mexican Hat meeting, and the primary focus at that time was providing a threatened and endangered species presentation and focusing more towards on the biological resource clearance policies and procedures as well. So that we tried the information that they would need to know in terms of the biological resources of this particular area, and just to try to answer any type of development questions that they may have had at that time from the community during those meetings as well too. So the Department of Fish and Wildlife has been a part of this whole process upon request from DOJ to be involved, and we'd really like to see how the plans develop, and then also to see how the Department or Parks and Recreation we'll be developing a natural resource management plan as well. So, we're always here to provide that perspective and feedback when it comes to threatened and endangered species, and also referencing the biological resource clearance policies and procedures as well. But other than that, that's the focus of our contributions from our department as well in this particular area. So that's all I want to share.
Thank you. With that, let me move on down to Mr. J.T. Willie, Executive Director of Division of Economic Development. Any presentation or further discussion?
Good morning. This is Elaine Young with the Division of Economic Development. I'll be presenting on behalf of Mr. Woolley. I've actually been participating on, been on committee. I just want to say thank you, Honorable Seth Damon, and then also the Navajo Nation Council. In the involvement of the Division of Economic Development, the extent has been in coordination with DOJ and the chapters and other individuals from the land department. Our area and focus has been basically been on the development portion. Any commercial development that is foreseen that we would like to include, and then also move forth on if there is any development within the parcel B mainly, that we would start in coordination with the chapters and those 9-10 chapters that are actually affected. We've been working with them on certain development. Of course, when we talk about development, we have to work in line with the parks and recreation. And in that essence, with a lot of these development in the parcel A, we would have to propose any development and get clearance from them first, as well as our business site lease process, which is from the grazing from the chapter. So therefore, what we have our involvement at this time is this mainly working with these chapters and identifying any developments with B, and then not so much in the parcel A. But we are continuing to work with them on any development areas, and then also work with them on updating their land use plan. In these particular area, in that development in the parcel A and parcel B, there is a lot of opportunities in areas of recreational activities that have been brought up, and that are somewhat is proposed from these chapters that they would like to entertain in the area of related to the water boating, water skiing, fishing, and things like that. And then other areas have been camping, hiking, rock climbing, and other areas of possibly biking, off-road. But these are some of the things that the chapter has pretty much have brought to our attention. And in our essence, we have been just focused on identifying these areas of interest, and then also moving forth in a collaborative effort with the chapters, with the Parks and Recreation, to see if these are areas that are feasible first, and then also the Fish and Wildlife have brought up some of these restricted areas for specific development. But moving forth, we are continuing to work with these chapters on all vast areas of development, but mainly what we've heard and what we have seen is mainly in the recreational activities is very high, and the market is there. And based on that, we just need to work with the chapter. The chapter within the 9 chapters. We really need to work together in identifying these areas for development, and then withdrawing these lands for development, and then where we can move forth in assisting with some of the clearances, the surveys, and things like that. So right now, there still needs to be a lot of work that needs to be done with the chapters. And moving forth, that it needs to be in line with the quadrilateral agreement and any agreements there within the quadrilateral agreement that DOJ has mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. With that information, thank you for bringing the chapter's information to light too as well. With that, let me go. Is Mr. Anybody from Parks and Rec? There's nobody. Let me go ahead and I know that we have some individuals. Is there an individual who speaks on behalf of the chapter organizations or on the chapters that helped have been a part of these discussions?
As speaker.
Yes.
Jerry Williams here, the chief chapter.
Williams, are you the lead spokesman for the organizations or all the chapters?
No, but remember, I had a emergency resolution that was passed, I think it's 2018, in C0-77-18. And Delegate Tashoni Slim was the sponsor for that, dealing with the CUAs and the quadrilateral agreement.
Okay, so who's going to speak on behalf of the chapters? Because Honorable Paul Begay wanted to have somebody speak. Is that you, Mr. Williams?
I can try, yeah, and then I have some other people I think here, Joanne Yazi Payochi and Hank Stevens.
Okay. All right, we can give 3 minutes to each one of you because we're we're close to 20 minutes right now, so I can give a couple minutes to each one of you.
Okay. Yeah, Speaker, the staff, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, division directors, DOJ, visitors, Adon-Kilo chapter officials, thank you. One thing that I like to bring out is, I don't know if the DOJ knows that back in 2009, the Navajo Nation Council unanimously voted to terminate the quadrilateral agreement. And I don't know why they didn't terminate that. Maybe they can take a look at that and let us know why it wasn't terminated. Another thing about Partial B that DOJ didn't mention was back in 1969, Antelope Point area was given back to the Navajo Nation Council for the 50,000 acre-feet of water for NGS. So that was done to And there's some things that were in the old agreement that states that the local communities, the local chapters, the local leaders will be part of these discussions. And I think we've done some meetings, and like I told the previous DOJ lawyers that these are almost 60-year-old agreements. We need to look at what we're doing today, and then what we're going to do for the folks that are coming after us now. We need to look at this very closely, and we need in the partial B area, there's a 1 mile zone from the 3720 south out to 1 mile that National Park Service says you will not build anything that will compete with National Park Service. That 1 mile zone goes all the way up the upper Colorado River Basin, all the way up past Navajo Mountain. That's a lot of acres that Navajo Nation's given up. We need to take a look at that, see how we can take that back. And just for your information, 3720 water line, anything past that, Navajo Nation can use that and hit that. No, but if you look at the dam, down below, the dam elevation is 3715. So, where have we gone wrong? At this day and age, and I think the BIA can be out of there. Navajo Nation up there. We can enter into agreements independently. We're at that stage now. We need to take a look at that, and then how come there are two separate agreements? One with Navajo Nation and National Park Service, and then one with Navajo Nation and the Bureau of Reclamation. And why do we have two? I'd make it simple. So, I've been, since I started this out, the letter that Russell McGay sent to Washington, D.C. concerning that resolution came back to the National Park Service, and they're told you need to work with the local communities. So that's kind of like where we're at. One thing that I want to make real quick is on Partial A, the lower Colorado River. If you look at documents, half of the river is Navajo all the way to Lee's Ferry, Navajo Bridge. And Navajo Nation is not getting a dime off all these businesses that are on the lower Colorado River. If you had speaker, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes. Good morning. This is Joanne Yazzie-Pierce from the Chi chapter. I'm the vice president here.
Good morning.
Do you hear me? Good morning.
Yes.
Well, I have been with this task force. We've been working on it for over a year, meeting monthly with Angie Cody. Thank you. And so one of the most important thing that I think all the councils that are listening on this call need to understand, that this agreement when made is so unfair. It is all NPS sided. So this really needs to be changed. The group had made a proposed amendment, revised amendment. I'm not sure if any of the council were given that copy. Our recommendations was to change the agreement to 25 years instead of to 50 years, because that is just too long. And the other is that that like 3720 that was mentioned by Jerry, that is something that was under the Winters document, and that all those things and the Treaty of 1868, these things were not, honored when this agreement was made. So I know that when we met with Dr. Shabala, he said, well, let's do it. Let's go to Congress because that's what it's going to take. It's an act of Congress. And same way with the buffer zone. I think that is like Jerry mentioned, this really makes it where it's hard for any of us chapters, that are along the Colorado River to do any business because that buffer zone starts from 3720 that we'll never, they're keeping us out of there. Our people, Nakos, is another mission that I know my family have. They would go there and put their offerings. It's really hard for them to do that anymore. And we keep hearing the, historical sacred sites. I don't think those were really honored much in this agreement. So the last bottom part is that we need the support from the Navajo Nation Council to really not agree to it. Don't go back to how it was before. We really need to be negotiated, and we need to extend it for sure. Here it is like less than probably 2 months away. We are at the 11th hour, and this needs to be extended. The other thing I wanted to mention is the National Park Service has a Native consultation that meets yearly. I've been attending for the last, and we have had hardly no Navajo representatives there. And there's like Zuni, Hopi, Paiute, other tribes, and they make decisions. And we've had no Navajo sitting there to represent us. And I think that we are recommending that there will be a council put together of the chapters that are along the Colorado River. We're neighbors. So have an idea what the National Park Service is doing, because one of them, a fine example is when they agreed to that, the flight agreement, and that was indefinite, and that was all agreed upon from the central office. We would like to be the locals to be involved and make decisions because we live here. That's what I wanted to bring up. And also, do please read the revised proposed amendment. And then with this COVID, things just came to a standstill. So anyway, that's my input. I'm sure maybe Hank and others that have worked together will have maybe something to say. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, Pat, Mr. Stevens, I heard you on the line. Let me go ahead and go over to you, and then I'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Speaker Doshin and Auto Council delegates. Good morning. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Western Navajo Agency Council, also the Northeast Chapter, and the Navajo Youth Commission, and also the Bears Intertribal Coalition, which I represent all four of these entities here. I do recall back in April of 2018 when I first sent out an email to Delegate Herman Daniels, Otto So, Tishoni Slim, and Nathaniel Brown. So, we've tried to acknowledge the situation that we had with the quadrilateral agreement, in 2018. And we're coming close to the very tail end of this agreement. So, like Catherine's saying that, it's going to expire in September 2020. So that's just right over the hill here. And some of the things that really pertains to these agreements are some of our public laws. March 1st, 1933, on the set-aside of certain lands of the Navajo Nation land with the U.S. government. Also on May 17th, 1968, Public Law 90-306, the amendment which actually created the Utah Navajo Trust Fund, where there's actually revenues being allocated to the Utah Navajos, also the Navajo Nation. The Utah residents actually get 37.5% of that royalty. The Navajo Nation actually gets 62.5% of that royalty. There have been numerous meetings with the Department of Justice, but we really haven't had a total support from the Department of Justice, and there's so much variations in our legal counsel. You know, we went through Ms. Johnson, and we went through Ajuan, and then now we've got Catherine. So I think we need to solidify our legal counsel on this to where, you know, we're not switching horses in the middle of a race. Parcel B land, most of Western sits on that Parcel B land, and Navajo Mountain actually sits on 90% of this Parcel B land. And off that Parcel B land, inland into the Navajo Trust land, the National Park Service has actually established a 1 mile buffer zone. So in actual reality, we cannot, as chapters or even the Navajo Nation, initiate any type of development unless we can collaborate with the National Park Service. On the land exchange also, there hasn't really been any type of study done prior to the creation or the impoundment of the two rivers, the Colorado and the San Juan River. Back in there was actually a study done, but that was just a study that was done probably at about maybe 5,000 elevation, and that was way above the 3270 elevation of the lake. So these are concerns that we have where, you know, we actually had an existing ancestral trail across the San Juan River and the Colorado River that actually extended into Wendover, Nevada. We have offsprings of Navajo families from Navajo Mountain in Wendover, Nevada, also in Vernal, Utah. So we need to kind of study this, and because this all pertains to the Bears Ear National Monument and some of the hunting areas that we used to go to. On the negative side of things, the Parcel B land, and I've talked to the Department of Justice on this, we're losing land, Navajo Trust land, above the 3720 into Lake Powell. And our land is deteriorating. Our landscaping is really getting bad down here at Navajo Mountain, where there's scars and scars of landslides, and we're talking about economic development, tourism. You know, our scenic area is really getting bad down here. So I have mentioned this numerous times, and with that Parcel B land, with that 1 mile buffer zone also, you know, we're actually initiating a highway between Navajo Mountain and Ojeto, and this particular highway is going to actually run through that Parcel B land. The other thing, too, is like Joanne was saying, we got committee members, other tribal members that are actually making decisions on behalf of Navajo where it shouldn't be. You know, I grew up here at Navajo Mountain, and you know, I live in these canyonlands with my parents and my grandparents. You know, there was Hogons, and you know, the extent of the that lake that covered some of our ancestral homes or songs or tradition or culture, you know, we have lost all this. And the other thing, too, that we have to think about is, you know, the Utah Navajo water rights just went through Congress. We need to take a look at that, too, because that Utah water rights is within that buffer zone, too. You know, if we try to utilize this water for agricultural use, you know, it's going to impede it on it. So then, last and the foremost, I think 4 years is a lot better than 50-year agreement. So, Speaker, all the council delegates, we plead with you to maybe give us an extension on this on these meetings and have maybe Catherine become our major lead counsel, so we can sit down with her and we can these matters and solidify a better agreement than what we have. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Everyone concluded the presentation. Let me go ahead and ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels.
Second, Delegate Begay.
Elmer Begay. Colleagues, any comments, questions?
Chair, this is
anybody.
Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Arun Dakodot. Chinant Anosanigi, Kodo, Hia Kodo, in Dakodo, Baba Yes, Kikodo, Quadlife Green, Kodo, raised Magay National Park Service, Magay Glen Canyon Recreation Area, as has Anigi 50 years ago, so that's on the echo. Arunana Kodo, his husband, September 10th, that's Yanako, as 50 years, big holiday, to let it go. So, I appreciate the Kodo Nagate and cannot on it and then down at the local level, chapter officials done, then I think Kodo Speaker and Chair. I don't know, Anasangate or Nana in the Nagate, Kodo, in the Nagate, a Yahat, Ziko. I don't know, Kodo, Ani Hot and a great BOJ, Kodo, to Yahat, Kodo, Mega extension, Neniki. I think Jonathan lesson rate that extend the because of the COVID-19 has been very against Lahore, and hot echo against Lahore. So the extend I think Jonathan let go. So area out I have speed or let go. I don't know Kodona data, but I speak Kodona data. Magayta, not if on Joy Ajay Batkadasha, Nana or Jet Kodoi Batkadasha, we have future projects, Kodona, future economic development, Kodoi, which at the need is of Kodoni, Kodosan, and Tachina, Magayta, the project, Magayta, Bahanet, Zito, Bahineka, Magayta road project between Old J2 and Navajo Mountain, that's on Kodo has been for Ecuador. Down the road, in the future, we're going to be looking at economic development. So, na great to lendigate to hinigi to hands to the car nan shigi nan sam chargi to but the need is so shanant lenigi aronan 1 mile buffer zone or I think in the 1 mile buffer zone again. So either or aronana kodona great 50 years is way too long. That or about just kids got then say 25 years, even 25 years. Yeah, now Hanarco or yeah, so that yeah, but on or let go. I quite a existed. You said National Park Service, the Glen Canyon Recreation Area. I see he had charge in the need, and I see based on this, and he I see because it so Kodo, I see Kodo, Zudan heat at that height out of the Naabik'iyati was a Kodo that not animate, Linki Navajo Nation Council, Kodo Arjan Nahajo by in Zinki, Donan in Zinki, by is Mesh Kodo, Arunana, the Snitch Kodo, POC on Hanan, Skokodo, a Kodo, I had just hit one less, Joyota, then it needs so Kodo. So 88 so many years, Glen Canyon Recreation Area, National Park Service, I've been going to get agenda a con hito hajo by needs they got Ecuador Shanant Senigi, Kozenaga, Kozat, Western Jekin, Lagi, Shiki, Ajkin, Lagi, Hajo by in then. Adonana Kodo, as our need each Stokodo, as our need each every year we're growing, population of our home, so 8 needs into let's go Kodo. So one sober had Fito, let's Kodo right now. Here, our Shando over had Fito. Thank you.
Anybody, Josiah? That, colleagues?
Speaker.
Yes, I don't have anybody else. Is this, who's on the line? Hello?
Speaker, this is a delegate Yell here. Speaker.
Honorable Yellow here, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is the speaker, 24 councilman, Shinat Ani Sheha Kotoni. He's choice, Ani, Zeronan, Kagon, he phone, Kashet Obanda, the deal. So, Zuraba is the one he's not a bit, which is not the. Oh, I'd like to make motion to get this thing going and process. Shinat Ani, yeah, on his phone, that all, or you know, had Hata, Tilto. As John, 25 years, how many others as well? Asked them no, so Ilya, yet it had many others. Speaker, let's motion to get this process going for our people out there. They need help. Yeah, I would like to motion it to approve this for our people out there. If they see consolidation, Speaker. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll get back to mute now.
Honorable Yellow here. I think this is just an update on what Department of Justice and the chapter group is working with not only economic development and Department of Fish and Wildlife and Parks and Rec. There's a collaborative group already working together. And in that collaborative group, it seems like Department of Justice is the one that's leading this and moving this forward. So I think it's already initiated and it's moving down the process. But this is just an update that I think that individuals like our colleagues from the Western Front wanted us to listen to in order for us to get a better understanding that this is a deadline that's coming up soon. And we really need to start thinking about this. And this just puts that thinking block inside your head to make sure that when time does arrive, we'll hear that just know that they are working on this in order for it to actually be approved and moving forward. Because the 50-year deadline has come and is coming forth immediately right now. But I can refer that back to that question back to Department of Justice when I come back to the panel. Honorable Yell here. Moving on down.
Thank you very much, sir.
I have Honorable Helena.
Hello?
I'm Malona.
This is Delegate Helona. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Speaker and my colleagues on Truth Navajo Nation Council, good morning, and all of our presenters, good morning to everybody. I had a question about for Ms. Banowski. She mentioned earlier in her presentation the possible extension would have to be made on this agreement. Has anybody moved forward with that extension yet, and or who needs to make that decision to file to make an extension? Because I don't think this agreement is going to get done right away. With all the information that we're receiving right now, the negotiations is far from being settled. I just wanted to find out who or has anybody filed for an extension on the present agreement? That's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, I got a question too.
Okay, let me add you on, Eugene. So we're gonna move on to Honorable Paul.
Speaker, who are you recognizing for the floor?
Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay going twice.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Speaker, I'd like to say something, Freeland.
Honorable Paul Begay, I did hear you.
Speaker, I want to say something too. Elmer P. Begay.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I really wanted my colleagues, the delegates, to understand the issues with the quadrilateral agreement. That's what.
Honorable Paul Begay, there's just a lot of background noise on your phone. Honorable Paul Begay, you still there? Once, went twice.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's a lot of background noise on your phone, Honorable Begay.
There is absolutely no sound where I am sitting. I don't know where the sound is coming from.
Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor. Honorable Begay, you have the floor. Paul Begay going 3 times. I'll come back to you. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Thank you, Chair. 24th members, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Chapter officials, Naabik'iyati, Mr. Stephen Schneider, colleagues, staff, good morning. I want to first of all say thank you for bringing this matter back up. I know Resource and Development Committee. We did go to the Chi chapter, and then we heard a very excellent presentation and got educated on this matter. And my colleagues and I in RDC are very well. Council members, we really need to do our best to help out these chapters and, of course, our people regarding this cause. It's a very important matter, and I think what was discussed and portraying that or stating that some sites are sacred and yet they're not being allowed to be used, that's an infringement, to me, an infringement on our freedom, not allowing us to practice our religion and our customs. So if that's the issue with the Park Service, I think once things become a little bit more clear, I think that's going to be on our to-do list for Washington, D.C. And I don't mind bringing this up again. And the discussion related to Utah water rights was also brought up. And I'm really appreciative of Senator Mitt Romney and Senator Udall and Senator McSally working on this and getting it through the Senate. Now we need to push the House of Representatives to get the Utah water rights situated. I'm also glad that my Shana brought up bears ears. That's another area we need to also look at as well, Shana. I support them, and I'll continue to support them, and I'll advocate for them if I make it to Washington. Speaker, my colleagues, we have an excellent lobbyist, working with Mr. Naabik'iyati. So we can definitely work on this. And my only other concern is, not having Navajo able. Why is that? If that's the case, I would really recommend my brothers, Honorable Daniels and Honorable Paul Brigade, to be a part of that discussion. And if there's no one representing Navajo, maybe they should be there. Maybe another recommendation is to drop a legislation on our official position, maybe by one of our brothers as well. So those are two recommendations I'd like to make, Speaker, or Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go to one more individual, and then I'll go back to the panel. Honorable Eugene So.
Just a few questions here. Regards some language to those people with the mind of the fancy words. What did they mean by concession agreement? The contract, it says on there, what did we give away for that agreement? That's my question. When that contract, or is it made, or is it to be made on the concession contract? And then that as said treaty, which land is this, a treaty land or executive order? What year and who was the president at the time? So who has the jurisdiction with regards to this a piece of land we're questioning? And also there's a land which says Navajo sites. Is that mentioning the sites the Navajos are having little business or concessions? That's another question I have on this regards to this report, what I'm reading. So I wanted to know what did we give the people, in place of what we got with that concession a contract, if we do have it. And then I did not discuss all this and the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So let me go back to the panel now then. Department of Justice, there were some questions towards you, and then I'll move on down the line.
Thank you, Speaker. So in regards to the question that I believe Delegate Halona asked about the extension, is that no extension at this time has been requested. Currently, just to kind of back up, the quadrilateral agreement from 1970 and the 1994 MOU, those are the two agreements that will expire on September 10th, 2020. No one from the nation has requested that those be extended beyond those dates. If the nation does want those extended, and that is, DOJ would advise that they be extended until new agreements be put in place, someone from the nation council most likely will need to request that extension. And I guess I should backtrack. It may not necessarily be council. I would have to probably confer with some of my colleagues on that, but someone should request that extension. Otherwise, they'll expire. And then I just want to go back because there's a lot of discussion about questions about Parcel B. And just a reminder, Parcel B is a large parcel of land. And while the quadrilateral agreement covers all of Parcel B, it's that agreement that puts in that 1 mile buffer zone. And what the 1 mile buffer zone does is it means that then it doesn't prohibit the Navajo Nation from developing in that 1 mile zone. It just requires NPS to sign off on that, on any development. So, and that's in the quadrilateral agreement. If that is something that the nation is interested in removing, that can be done when the nation renegotiates that agreement. in regards to the concession, questions regarding the concession, that has to do specifically with the Antelope Point section. And again, Antelope Point is just a small part of Parcel B. And the thing about Antelope Point that you have to remember is, just for, clarity, I don't know if it will provide much clarity, but if you think about Antelope Point, it's kind of like 50 Navajo, 50 NPS. And so in order for everyone to be able to manage it cohesively, we've entered into these MOUs with NPS to say, okay, for this section, Antelope Point, since we both share it, we will agree to X, Y, Z. And that's what's in the MOU agreement. And so if that expires, we don't have an agreement with NPS on how Antelope Point is supposed to be structured. And because we share, our jurisdictions are overlapping. We have some jurisdiction and they have some jurisdiction. We have a business site lease and they have a concession contract. And that concession contract agreement that's an NPS document. That's what they enter into with businesses. So if you go to like any national park, Zion, Glacier, wherever, they have concession, all those businesses that are operating on those parks, they have concession agreements with NPS. So right now, Antelope Point Holding, which was the business that was procured by the nation and NPS, they have both the business site lease on the Navajo Nation side that allows them to operate their business, and they also have a concession contract with NPS, and that allows them to operate on the NPS side. So basically, they have agreements with both entities to operate their business, depending on which side of the line their business falls on. And that business site lease that was entered into in 2002, that's also an old business site lease. So unlike our new business site leases right now, where that was entered into before the Navajo Nation had jurisdiction to oversee its own business site leases. So that's a very old business site lease. So that's also something important for the nation to remember. And also, lastly, I just want to clarify, the DOJ isn't leading the efforts on these negotiations. All DOJ has been meeting with the chapters to discuss what they would like in regards to how these agreements should be amended, or how, because really these agreements are expiring. The nation can ask for whatever they want in renegotiations. And I think the chapters have a lot of ideas on what they would like to see these new agreements look like. And so we've just been meeting with the chapters, and that was at the request of former Delegate Slim. And then Delegate Begay and his Angela Cody have really been the ones who've taken over organizing and having those up to council, because it's going to be council who's going to implement these new agreements. And however council wants to move forward in renegotiating, if council wants to have a task force that DOJ can be involved in, it's really your guys' decision what that looks like, and we can provide you guys legal advice, but we can't make these policy decisions on what these agreements should look like. That's really the chapter and the delegates' purview. So, while I think the chapter meetings have been helpful because we have an idea of what the chapters would like, I really think the chapters and the delegates kind of need to get together and figure out what they want to, what do you guys want to ask NPS for? What do you guys want to see out of these agreements? What authority do you guys want? And how do you want them changed? And then we can help you guys draft those as, draft whatever agreements is necessary. And so that's it.
Thank you. Any comments from Department of Fish and Wildlife or Economic Development?
This is Leanna from Navajo Department of Fish and Wildlife. I have no additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, let me go ahead and move back to the lineup. We'll try this again. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I'd like to thank my colleagues that are listening in. This is a very important issue. This agreement has been in effect for the last 50 years. And if nothing changes on that, they are going to renew this agreement again for the next 50 years. Now, things that were in place 50 years ago are not the same as today. We have development that needs to happen. The agreement right here really favors the National Park Service. And so the National Park Service has Antelope Point and all the whole Navajo Nation. They have their hands tied. The Navajo Nation cannot develop. In this agreement, it says there should be economic development. But there's a lot of things in this agreement that prohibits Navajo development. So that being the case, we really need to renew this. And I would really like to ask our legal service, our legislative department, to start drafting up a legislation so that we as a council can support extending this, because there needs to be a lot of discussion still needs to be done on this issue. There is this buffer zone issue. There is the point of business being run at Antelope Point Marina by Antelope Point Holdings. There is also the 720 elevation of the water. There was a work that began back when Council Delegate Tommy Sosi was the delegate from here in the I believe in the mid-20s. That addressed going back to the mid-channel as boundary, and working with Congressman Renzi and Congressman Pierce on this. And it basically was asking for a supporting resolution from the nation, from the president, from the speaker, and the council. I really don't know what happened to that request or supporting legislation. But those are the things that we really need to address. And the way this agreement is set in place, as I mentioned, it does not favor the Navajo Nation at all. I'll give you one example right now. We have the executive order by the president in place to close the national park. So we have about 40 employees, Navajo employees, that are working there, and they're set to be laid off on Monday because National Antelope Holdings not to open any business there. They have the boat rentals closed, they have the store closed, they have the launch ramp closed. But yet Antelope Point and the concessionaire across, Aramark, is doing business on Antelope Point Marina. They are making money while Antelope Point Marina itself, owned by the Navajo Nation, does not make any money. Now, this is a unique situation at Antelope Point Marina. It's not really on Navajo land, for say, and it doesn't cater to Navajo. The only way it helps Navajo is it employs Navajo workforce. All the others, like Slot Canyons, the owners are very happy that they're closed because of the COVID-19 issue. But Antelope Point caters to the visitors. I've been down there a couple of times already, and it looks like it's open because there are hundreds and hundreds of visitors over there. Dissatisfied visitors because they cannot buy anything from the store. They can't do anything other than have their boats there. So the National Park Service is basically, their excuse is that President Naz has issued an executive order to close Antelope Point Marina. But they should be working with Antelope Point Marina. I have addressed this issue to the president, OPVP, and we have had an agreement a couple of weeks ago to open it back up as an essential business, and I believe it opened for one day and they closed it back up. I don't know who closed the backup, but that's the way it operates. The National Park Service has complete control over Antelope Point Marina. And of course, everything all the way up to Utah area. And so I really want this extension to happen because there's a lot of issues that we still need to talk about. And my main concern is forgetting about that 3720 elevation water line and going back to the mid-channel boundary. We need the Navajo Nation to support that. Those are the big issues that I want to address. And of course, like I said, in the agreement that says the Navajo Nation and Park Service will work together for community development, economic development. But because NPS has control over these with the buffer zone and everything, we're not going to have any development happen. It has to be approved by the National Park Service. And the only way they approve it is if they make some money out of these agreements. So I would really like to recommend and ask that the legislation be done so that my colleagues can support this resolution to extend the deadline for this. The deadline, I believe, is September 20, which is only 3 months away, and we need to act fast. The urgency is there. I would like to ask for the council's support. And Speaker, I'd like to ask for your support and give me direction on what would be the most expedient way to address this, as far as getting the legislation or some way to ask or request for an extension of this deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. With that, I think Department of Justice indicated that there's really been no official request for an extension. What could happen, I guess, is working together with Miss Bolinski. I hope I'm saying that right. Bolinski and maybe Miss Barbara from Office of Legislative Counsel can have one of the staff attorneys there work together in creating a document. One is extension, and then two is maybe setting up a committee in that extension as an example, task force, if you will, to go ahead and start the negotiation process in that. So that's one option, and that's something that Honorable Freeland brought to mind too as well. So with those recommendations, that's something that we can move forward from here. Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Let me move on down. I have three more individuals on the in the lineup. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know that all the delegates are on the line. I don't know that the people that are heard people's names, Mr. Stevens and then also Mr. Williams. So that trying to listen into this conversation, but understanding that all the chapters are. And as far as the official, they agree on the extension, and I support that. But my question that's going to be going is to the attorneys that are on the line. Right now, we're talking about the Antelope Point, and the main thing is Antelope Point is a piece of land. But the further you go into, it goes into the water, and when the water is being part of it is the landscaping and the scenery.
which makes it very popular. And to make it more popular is to go into the water. The water is, to be part of it. And I was wondering, I know that there's a agreement that's been made when Navajo generating station was in place, that 50-year water rights that was allow us to use that water. And right now, as of today, we're still allowed to use that 50 acre foot of water, the 50,000 acre foot of water that's still there, that we could still be used, that we could still have a permission to use it. So if we're going to be going into Antelope to make a development there, can that usage, that water usage, they're both in the upper Colorado River water. So I was wondering if that water, piece of water, the one that used to go to that generating station, I wonder if it can be transferred to where the Antelope Point is, that we could be claiming that water, to use that water, to be part of it. Because that's my question. Is it going to be allowed, or how do we go about it? That's my question. What we're trying to do is I'm trying to claim the water, and the water usage. Speaker. That's my question.
Okay, let me go back to that's a drawn out question. Let me go back to Department of Justice on that question, and I'll come back.
Thank you, Speaker. The water issue would go to our water department. I'm not familiar with the water issues at this time. I'm just dealing with the land. So I would defer that question. I can ask Mr. Delegate Begay's question to our water department, and they could give him a response.
Okay, great. That'll be great. Okay, well, let me move on down then. This is the lineup I have, colleagues. Individuals are texting to see where they're at. I have Honorable Otto So next, then Honorable Slater, then Madam Chair Charles Newton. So with that, let me go to Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One thing is that I believe that the discussions and the meetings had begun in 2018, and with the leadership of the regional leadership within that region, and with upon looks like Department of Justice has been a part of these discussions, and what I would like to hear is a report on this from the division director relating to this matter, because this issue here relates to DNR to be part of the conversation. Yes, Mr. Martin has probably been in the conversation there, but usually when meetings happen in Chi, up in that area, they don't show up. And I'm getting to what I'm alluding to is what is DNR doing, executive branch. You have the chapters statements relating to the seriousness of this matter. So you have an agreement that's ending September 10th, and as a recommendation, I believe that's just a recommendation from the Department of Justice to request for an extension so that the collaboration effort could happen. But what I'm getting to is, where is DNR in this whole component? What DNR's solution? There's a manager there. There's a antelope holding director there. There's the division director there. There's different components that should be part of this report. And as they should be part of this report, I really feel for Catherine making this report, because she just got into to take over this process for the Department of Justice. And now Catherine is trying to answer all the questions that are posed to be executive branch responsibility. I do recall Mr. Stevens' email that he states that he emailed out, and now I have what really gets to me now is that, yes, we are going to have to request for an extension. Whether that extension is that extension request to is BOR or Park Service, is it in the form of a legislation, or is it a form of a petition to, meaning a letter sent to National Park Service? If it's a letter to the National Park Service, I believe we have consensus that we can go ahead and request and direct the Department of Justice to go ahead and issue that letter out, so we can go ahead and get that letter out to request for the extension. Number two, I guess I'm assuming that team that's supposed to be working on this. We got a report from the economic development, but it's more in general of business site leases and so forth. But we want the meat on the bone related to the agreement. What is the new proposal of the new lease term? Is it 12 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 25 years? Is it 50 years? Those components is not there yet. It sounds like whoever's been working has not been supported from the oversight of the program, meaning DNR. You have economic development there. You have one component there. Where is the other? DNR representative from Department of Justice should be on the line also. I think they should be on the line also, because this agreement here is pretty much being pushed just by the local leadership there in the Chi'i, Navajo Mountain, and the delegates in that region. We have programs that we fund every year through the yearly funding allocation, and it sounds like that DNR is not putting manpower to this agreement. Maybe DNR is just thinking, we're just gonna wait for the expiration to happen, the dates will be coming, and we'll just get a letter out and we'll just tell them to send the document over and we will sign it. It brings me concern. It brings concerns to me because the program, Department of Natural Resources, is not there really assisting the chapter. And, we should have had a whole different report, a report that had a lot of information in here. And right now, and with that, one area that I would say is that indicate is that we need to get the extension filed right away. That's number one. We need a thorough report from DNR, an actual update relating to this issue. We need a thorough report. And then we need to know what type of document has been provided to them from our Park Service. We need to know if there is any communication from Park Service to DNR. And also the conversation that's happening between the tribes up in that region. We do need to get someone there to represent Navajo. Whether we decide to recommend some of our chapter officials there or some of our delegates there. But we have to iron that out. Other than that, everything relates to the elevation line. Everything relates to the 1 mile buffer zone. Everything relates to the issue relating to the old reservation boundary of the center line of the river, and with the elevation at a certain level on the dam. And as you hold that elevation, you know that elevation will not increase and will not get to the point where it will benefit Navajo. So somewhere, a lot of these agreements here, that agreement that happened, is really not benefiting Navajo, even with economic development. I know that there is a process that's in place to allow for business to happen. I thought I heard a statement that it works against Navajo, but according to what we hear from our legal people, there's a process in there. Navajo can apply for a business site lease, but the National Park Service would have to sign off on it, and there is a process for it. And I guess that information, we need more information relating to that matter. Number two, I guess Department of Justice, if we could send any documents related to the quadrilateral agreement to leadership, so that leadership could start to analyze and review that document at the time. At this time, that way, all of the leadership throughout Navajo will understand. But one thing that really sort of gets under my skin is that the Department of Natural Resources is not a part of this conversation. And I would really like to know what have they been doing. Because if they've been working on it, which they should be, we wouldn't have these gaps in this report, in this current report. Maybe we would have had the division director saying, "Oh, we are on top of it. We are doing this. We are doing that," and so forth. But right now, we don't have anything from the administration to say where we're at. And I guess this is one of the areas I can say that I don't know if DNR is asleep at the wheel on this issue. if they're asleep at the wheel of the issue, we need to get that information so that whether we allow DNR to continue negotiating or we give it to council to negotiate for them. And I like the idea that the local area is making their recommendation. And I believe it's a chance that it's time that we do hear them. When these agreements happened previously, I believe the local area really didn't have a say in it. And a lot of it was probably, just ramrodded through council. And that's normally what happens with any legislation. They never turned out nothing. When you have to look at it, you have to look at the other aspect of how the legislation will affect Navajo lives. And I believe this happened, and we have to really look at our how this will benefit Navajo as a whole, because it's going to affect those people however long we decide to approve the agreement, because basically at the end of the day, Navajo Nation Council is going to approve this, and we're going to want what is best, what is the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Those points there are my recommendation. Speaker, I would really like to hear from the division director to get to see where they're at on the negotiation, because if we don't have DNR a part of this thing, who do we put in their place to assist and negotiate on behalf of Navajo? So with that, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. So let me go on to Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I would like to echo my support for what Delegate Adesso was expressing in general. And I think that we're at a point where we really need to start identifying, well, we were at this point years ago, honestly, but some hard deadlines internally with the nation for getting our act together, because there has been strong community leadership, but they don't have the resources of the nation. They can't speak on behalf of the nation. And so they're in this conundrum of, well, where do we go from here? And yeah, Paul Begay for taking the lead here. I think this is one of those unique positions where it really takes the delegate to marshal the resources of the local leadership and then bring in everyone else. But I participated in some of these meetings back when I worked at the DOT, and using that knowledge, I could see that it was a little bit rudderless. We had our attorneys there who were acting on behalf of the nation, but weren't exactly given express direction on how to move forward and what were they supposed to be advocating for, other than just the best deal or the nation or mitigating harm to the nation. So I would ask DOJ, what are the repercussions of not signing the quadrilateral agreement or not doing an extension? And I think that we need to have a work session that would bring together all the parties. I cannot express how disappointed I am in DNR and the executive leadership, branch leadership, for not participating in this. If you claim that economic development is a tenet of your platform or administration or your initiatives, then this is a cash cow that's just sitting there waiting and really being abused by other people at the expense of the nation. So why aren't they here? I mean, what? I can't fathom why. That said, at council, I think if we're not going to get the support, then we need to maybe legislate some timelines and some time horizons on getting this done, and give some firmer direction to the executive branch. I think that Delegate Begay and the delegates from Western Region need to be involved in whatever negotiating team go forward, but I would really hesitate to include any other delegates in the composition of a negotiating team or something like that, because in my experience, we end up slowing things down and there creates confusion about what the purpose is of moving this forward. So I don't mean to step on RDC's toes or anything like that. They obviously have been very engaged with this issue and pushing it forward and trying to serve our citizens and create a more prosperous nation. But that's on the economic side. If we talk about the rights of the people and having control over their lands that they've always been on, at what point as a nation do we just say, like, we're fed up getting bullied? Like, we were bullied for 50 years. Yeah, we're not gonna pay attention to your Western Billigana laws or how you control this land. What can we do as a nation to protest that? And I would like to see our nation do that. I don't know, it has to be strategic, but this is not right. It hasn't been right. You read the agreement, and it makes Indians seem like, or Navajo people, like we're just some dumb lemmings or something. That has continuing effects into how we view ourselves, what we think is possible, and how we assert our sovereignty. And this agreement shouldn't define that vision in our minds. So I want us to recenter our thoughts on what are our goals with this agreement. It's not this exogenous force, the Park Service and setting up the dam and all of this and all of that. It's like, what do we want to do as a nation? And I think a balance of community benefit with economic benefit to the nation should be the principles. Those same principles really have never been extended to any of our development projects here on Navajo, and they've been primarily energy projects. So if you want to see the parallels there between requesting for strong community input, community benefit, and leadership, that principle also has to extend to other types of development in the future. And I ask my colleagues to keep that in mind. Whether it's a factory or it's a solar facility or it's mining, whatever it is, that the local citizens need to receive some benefit from that project, and all of the proceeds cannot go to Window Rock. Because this is what we have to show with it, the money going to Window Rock, and we don't even have a way of extending this agreement in a timely fashion. So in closing, let's identify our goals. Let's support the local communities with the resources of the council, and let's hold the executive branch accountable for, I think, the leadership that they should be exhibiting. The point of the executive branch is to deal with external relations, to advocate and take the positions identified by council and advocate on behalf of the people. So if those are occurring and the council doesn't know what those negotiations or comments are like, we're not integrated. We're not working together in harmony. So thank you, Western Regional Leadership, the chapter leadership, Shanella, and hope we can make some progress. But we need to get serious, and it's about holding each other accountable. So from the local grassroots all the way up to the Navajo Nation Council and vice versa. Yeah, Speaker.
Thank you, Alma Slater. Let me go down to Madam Chair Charles Newton, then I'll go back to the panel.
2 minutes again, Charles.
Thank you, Speaker, for recognizing me. So just really quick on the clarification, this MOU has been in effect for 50 years. What I would like, and I reiterate the same concern that my colleagues, Honorable Otto and Honorable Carl Slater, have already stated, in that DNR is not part of this conversation. And also, I know we've had somebody from economic development on the line. But I want to know what opportunities have been developed during this last 50 years. And basically, how is this land being used? I looked over the notes and the details of the agreement, and I noticed that in the there is within the quadrilateral agreement a buffer zone. Can I ask, what is the purpose of putting in language for the buffer zone? What purpose does that serve? I also wonder, since we're talking about the possible extension of this MOU, what I'd like to see is the language removed from the National Park Services requiring written approval so that we, the nation, can construct, contract for, and manage all income-producing facilities. Again, I'm looking at the agreement, and that's the exact language that has been provided in there. So perhaps that's something that we can look at and ask whether this is a hindrance for the Navajo Nation, so we can move towards removing that language. I don't understand why NPS has to provide written agreement for that. There's also the question of the concession contract that has been referenced, and this concession contract was entered into on January 1st, 2003. Is this a negotiation concession? If so, what was negotiated? For instance, I'm wondering if the Navajo Nation got some kind of incentive, like a tax credit. I look at this concession language from the notes that have been provided, and I wonder, how does that benefit? How does that exactly benefit the Navajo Nation? It looks one-sided, and I worry because this whole agreement does sound one-sided. And then, as for the chapter recommendations that have been provided, I think it's very important that we listen to the chapters because they're the community voices. The chapters know their community, they know their people, so I appreciate that they've been involved in this process, and they've also been providing some recommendations as far as what they want to see within their community, which this MOU seems to be affecting. Last, I do want to state that this is not any legal advice by any means. I am familiar with the Winter's Doctrine. I did take water law when I was in law school, and I'm also familiar with the arguments that have been generated from that Supreme Court case. What I wonder is how so much of that, how so much of our water rights have been diminished when the statement made earlier was that the doctrine was relied upon to enter into this agreement. I would assume if you were using the Winter's Doctrine, that the Winter's Doctrine would actually benefit the Navajo people and not benefit the Navajo Park Services. Perhaps I read that case wrong, and perhaps my understanding of the Winter's Doctrine is wrong, but I don't understand how we could say that we use that case to make an argument, yet a lot of our rights have been taken. And then the last thing I want to say is, if the nation is looking for an extension, Speaker, I'd like to request that we hire a legal team that can devote their time and effort to settling this extension. Because, looking at this 50 years ago, I can see how the federal government could take advantage of our people, but we currently have gifted, intelligent Navajo attorneys who are out there working, who could probably be hired on as consultants to help in this effort so that we don't have any more issues with trying to expand our rights and also, trying to create business development out of this. I just kind of feel like right now our people, are set to losing more than we think, and we need to have a top-notch team that will get Navajo what they need and what they deserve. So with that, Speaker, those are my comments and my questions. I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go back to our presenters. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to Delegate Slater's question about the repercussions, kind of, so again, the quadrilateral agreement is really the base of everything that has stemmed for everything else that has come afterwards stems from that agreement. So if that agreement expires, then the legal basis for all the agreements that followed it, the MOUs, the concession contracts, the business site leases, all that stuff lacks a legal foundation. So that's really the biggest, from a lawyer's perspective, that's the biggest concern and why, we would want to have it extended until a new agreement can be put in place. Because if we lose the basis that all these other agreements are based on, then all the legality of these other agreements are called into question, and it can put us into a real potential set of chaos. I will say, though, that the quadrilateral agreement is where it establishes, because that's where this idea of a buffer zone is established, that if this quadrilateral agreement expires, then this whole buffer zone problem that the local communities are running into will evaporate with it. So that's, again, something to consider. It's really the main concern is the Antelope Point. So that's something for council, I guess, to think about, because all these other agreements, the MOU in 1994, the concession agreement, the business site lease, the bridge agreement, they're only looking at that very small part of Parcel B, that very small part, which is Antelope Point. And that, unfortunately, that's really the only area on Parcel B that we have economic development on. And so that's why all of these agreements after the Quad agreement are focused on this one small part of it. And so that's really just, it's a policy decision for the delegates. If you guys want the quadrilateral agreement to just expire and that be the end of it, you no longer have an agreement with the Navajo Parks agreement with the National Park Service to administer these areas. So there's no longer going to be an agreement on how we work with them on that Antelope Point section. The good news is you also aren't tied to them for the remainder of Parcel B. So there's a couple moving targets. I think that the communities, based on the representation, have been frustrated with their lack of ability to develop Parcel B, and so, which is why they've been trying to amend the quadrilateral agreement for all this time. But I think that there's been more, the extensive work that DED has done at Antelope Point Holding and all the business development that's been done there, our ability, that will be called into question. We're not going to have the basis to necessarily monitor, collect, and work and have that business operation smoothly. So, again, it's just really a policy decision on how you guys want to proceed. But that's really if the MOU goes and if the quadrilateral agreement goes, we just lose our legal basis for these other agreements that came after. That the business that's currently operating on Antelope Point is based off of it. In regards to the question from Delegate Charles Newton about the last 50 years and how this land has been used, again, the Antelope Point section has really been the only area, to my knowledge, and if other individuals on the line have more information, please feel free to let me know or correct me, has really been the only area that we've had businesses established. All the other areas is actually butts up against the Navajo Park, which falls under DNR's jurisdiction. And so I'm not, again, that would probably be a question more appropriately for DNR and the Park Service on what they've done with that land and if any development they've done for it. I'm just really knowledgeable about the work that DED has done in regards to the Antelope Point part of Parcel B. And I think that, and then I believe Delegate So had asked that we send documents to leadership, and of course we can do that. Thank you.
Speaker, if I may, can I allude on that repercussion? This is Hank Stevens, Navajo Mountain.
Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker and Council. I'm not sure if Council is aware of the memorandum of agreement of May 8, 1968. What this actually is involved is the Patatican National Monument. That's where the Antelope Point Marina actually came to be. And it involves the Patatican National Monument. At one time, Patatican only had 160 acres of land to operate on for the National Park Service. As time went along, they needed a road to go to Patatican. And the Navajo Nation did not want to give the Park Service acreage again. So this document does actually exist, and it does indicate here. I'll just read you a paragraph on the seventh paragraph on the where now therefore be it resolved. Number 7, the National Park Service agrees that in consideration for the execution of this agreement by the Navajo tribe, that it will assist in every manner possible in supporting legislation providing for the conveyance to the Navajo tribe by the Bureau of Reclamation of certain areas of Antelope Creek, Coconino County, state of Arizona, to be utilized by the Navajo tribe as a recreational facility. And it's signed off by Paul Jones. He was the Navajo Nation chairman. It was signed off by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, James F. Cannon, and then by National Park Service Superintendent Thomas Allen. And it was signed off by Secretary Udall back on January 8, 1962. This is why I'm saying it's very critical that we backtrack. We need to retrieve some of these documents so we understand where some of these development actually came from. Parcel B was just used as a leverage for the National Park Service to establish that themselves. That's why they have so much control. As long as we keep or placed in an naive state of mind, it will continue. And these are some of the documents that are out there. And with that, Speaker, I don't want to delay any more of your time, but I think we do need to move forward on this and get all the documents in place so we can understand it. Not so that we understand it, but next generations to come, so they know how these developments were actually established. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. With that, any more comments from our presenters? I don't know if we have Martin Begay on the line or Mr. Begay, or anybody from Economic Development.
Hey, this is Martin Begay from Parks and Recreation.
Mr. Begay, how are you doing? Mr. Begay?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the opportunity to listen in on the discussions today. And I've kind of delayed in joining the meeting as I had another conference call going on too. So, but I just wanted to say that the Parks and Recreation Department, through the previous administration under Russell Begay, and also along with the previous director, Bitta Becker, with the natural resources, and then Sean McCabe from DED had the previous meetings where we sat down with the National Park Service, Glen Canyon Recreation Area Superintendent and his staff, and as outlined in the DOJ report, there were 3 meetings with the National Park Service, and after the changeover, there was a request from, or prior to the changeover, there was a request from Delegate Tushani Slim to also get feedback from the chapters, the affected chapters, and so that process started. There was a series of meetings with the chapters, and they've brought out the issues that they have brought out with this meeting concerning the buffer zone, the lake elevation, parcel B land, and religious concerns, secret sites, cultural sites, and then also protected areas that are under Fish and Wildlife, and then also areas that are under management by Parks and Recreation Department. And you may be or maybe not aware that the Lake Powell Tribal Park was established in 1962, comprised of over 2 million acres. And this was done by the advisory committee at the time. And the intent was to protect these areas so that an orderly development can take place where certain areas are protected from development. And under the Lake Powell Tribal Park General Management Plan, we have designated certain areas that are excluded from development because of their significance, their aesthetic values, their scenic values, and so forth. So that is in place right now from Parks and Recreation. And we do work with the Division of Economic Development, the local regional business development office in Tuba City, where any kind of business developments would go through their office and then share it with Parks and Recreation if they're within the protected zone. So, and then we would work with the proposer to develop a plan which would allow them to do any development business proposed changes that the Navajo Nation proposed. And we did get some feedback from the National Park Service on our proposed changes. And our main area, I can only speak for Parks and Recreation Department, tours that were coming out of Page and going on to the over the Glen Canyon Recreation Area. And then there's also concern about Rainbow Bridge, where there was supposed to be a concession authorized by the National Park Service that would allow traffic into Rainbow Bridge from the lake. And they also wanted in the agreement where they would be allowed to have a right easement access to Rainbow Bridge from the Navajo reservation site, which I think we would concern about any access maybe by road or by trail into Rainbow Bridge from probably the Navajo Mountain area. And then there are other concerns which was addressed by the Historic Preservation Department concerning the sacred sites in the area, cultural sites that were needed to be protected. And then, of course, the wildlife preserves and the endangered species protected areas from the Fish and Wildlife. There are other concerns that should be addressed by other departments in the division, such as the Water Resources Department, possibly even the Minerals Department, And of course, the land department, there was a previous question about the land status of the area. And what I know is that there was an executive order in 1884 which withdrew those lands for the Navajo Nation. So that needs to be further clarified from the land department. And then, of course, there's other departments that could be involved from the Division of Natural Resources. And so, as I mentioned before, there were negotiations started with the National Park Service, but the last meeting that we did have was back in 2018, I believe, and which was the intent was to get more feedback from the chapters on what they would like to see in the quadrilateral agreement, which primarily consisted of economic development initiatives from the chapters, as well as the preservation, protection of cultural sites, religious sites, and so forth. So that's just my feedback from now, and I do think we need to work on the extension of the agreement until we have a tribal position on the quadrilateral agreement that we can share with the National Park Service and the Department of Interior. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin McGee, for the information. Thank you for joining us this morning. Actually, now it's afternoon. We move on down. We have some follow-up questions from Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Mark Freeland. And I think it was Honorable Alona as well. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
I try to point my ears, of course, to something that not answer. I think the jurisdiction of the land issue regards to just what Martin, my brother, just mentioned a while ago, 1884 executive order and the treaty. So it's executive order. We need a definition on the executive order because that's one of the language that was used from the Navajo Department of Land Department to show the people that they don't have no jurisdiction over land outside the treaty land. Okay, now that needs to be defined. Number two, what was the agreement? No, regards to the concession contract, and which what did we give up, or what did they give up, or things like that when that. To make while they were negotiating it, the time of the MOU, the quadrilateral agreement, or was it our Navajo Nation interest during the negotiating? And then another one is old business site lease. How old is it? How serious is it? That was mentioned. There's an old business site lease. I can't recollect exactly, but. Is it or was there a case Navajo Nation lost? Joe Shirley versus I can't remember the name, but a trading post, and that's where we lost. I think that case. I hope it's not that over where that can be used again. And then also the lesson, but not the chapters. And just while ago it was they was talking about is a chapter recommendation. The 6 bullets that's on the report, what we were reading, is that it be doable if we're going to do another contract, or how much do we have, if we can get them all, and then also I needed something in writing regards to what was just recently presented by the Assistant Attorney General. Regarding the MOU, where if we do it again or just let it go, or all the cons and pros on it, if we just let it go, how good it is, or if we tried another agreement, what would be good, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe some options that we can look at it, so to see what we can do with it. Yeah, that's my mostly a question I have, and mostly all of these are just a layman's term. Ito siya Attorney General the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, we'll move on down. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Nana, I have just another follow-up comment. In regards to what was presented by DOJ, it sounds like we're going to have to really stand up. Of course, we have to stand up fully for our chapters, but including Parcel B, reading the document as well, it seems like, and I guess that's very stated true in the document that the Park Service had a lot of leverage and still has a lot of leverage on Parcel B. So I think that's going to be our fight, Shananta. My question is for economic development. Are those areas designated? Actually, I have two questions. Are those areas designated opportunity zones and hub zones? If they are, we really need to help develop those areas for our Navajo businesses and our Navajo entrepreneurs, because that would be huge if it is. Number two, this really relates to the instances of what my brother just brought up, Eugene, the boundaries, the extent of the boundaries. We really need to get a clear indication as to where is the exact boundaries. I know DOJ said there was overlapping that occurred, and I don't know if Land Department has a exact true map, but how are we going to get those exact boundaries indicated when we go back to the table again, Nana? When we have these discussions with the Park Service on renewal or extension or not even having a MOU in place. So those are my comments, Speaker. I just wanted to bring that up regarding the hub zone and opportunity zones potential and the need for an exact, true indication of boundary and maps. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to the presenters for Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Mark Freeland's comments and questions. I don't know who wants to. Anybody have a response?
Thank you, Speaker. This is DOJ. I can respond to some of the questions. In regards to Delegate So's question about that concession agreement, I just want to clarify that the concession agreement, that's an NPS document that they enter into. So, again, when businesses operate on NPS lands, they enter into the contract with the business. So in this case, it's an agreement that's negotiated between NPS and the business, which was Antelope Point Holding. So the Navajo Nation isn't a direct party to that concession agreement. Pursuant to the bridge agreement that was entered into afterwards, that agreement, the bridge agreement, that gives the Navajo Nation the authority to oversee the concession agreement with NPS. So it's only pursuant to the bridge agreement that we are able to actually have some sort of oversight of that concessionary agreement. Otherwise, it would just be a contract between NPS and Antelope Point Holding, and we wouldn't have anything to do with it. So I hope that clarifies his questions about the concession agreement. In regards to Delegate So's questions about the Shirley case, if I'm thinking of the correct case, that one had to do with fee land located on the reservation, which is a different situation from what we're dealing with. What we have is trust land, which is our Parcel B, that's 100% trust land, and then we have NPS land, which leads into Delegate Freeland's question about boundaries. I did provide a map that the Land Department created with the materials, and it should show, hopefully, it should show you guys the boundaries for parcel B, which is the hot pink. I don't know why the land department went very 1980s color themed on this map, but our parcel B boundaries is that hot pink on the map following the Little Colorado River. What we can get you is a more detailed map of the Antelope Point area, because the map I provided you doesn't really provide good details, and that's where I think I may have misspoke earlier, we don't necessarily have overlap with NPS. It's just the land at Antelope Point is divided between NPS and the nation. And so I can provide a map to the delegates that show where that exact division is, because when you see where our jurisdictional line is, you can see how part of the business that's operating today from Antelope Holding, part of it's on nation land and part of it's on NPS land. And so that's where the MOUs, the bridge agreement, that's where those agreements are helpful, because if we don't have those agreements in place, then we don't have this ability to kind of co-manage Antelope Point with NPS. Otherwise, it would be us on our land and them on their land. And the MOU and the bridge agreement allow us to oversee the business, even if the business isn't necessarily on our trust land. And I should say that I didn't mention this before when I was responding to Delegate Slater's question. One of the potential repercussions, if we don't renew or put in place a new quadrilateral agreement or a new MOU, is that we lose that ability to extend our oversight to NPS land. So once those agreements go away, it's us on our side and NPS on its side, and we don't have oversight over what the other person is doing. Whereas I definitely agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. These agreements can be amended so that NPS doesn't have as much authority as it has. I think, in the 1970s, it was a different time. But now the Navajo Nation doesn't need, probably didn't need in 1970 either, the extensive NPS oversight that's included in these agreements. But something that we do want to consider is that the good part about these agreements is that a lot of times they also require NPS to consult with the nation before they do the developing. And so I think we would obviously want to protect those interests, because we don't necessarily want NPS doing things like the flyover, the tourism, the whatever they're going to do at Rainbow Bridge without, making sure they consult with us too. So that would be also something to consider. If these agreements go away, we may lose some of those consultation requirements that are included in them. And then we can provide a written report to the council articulating the pros and cons on letting the agreements expire and not letting the agreements expire for the council as well. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you. We'll move on down to Honorable Halana.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, chapter official, thank you for all the reports and the information that you brought forth to us. The only thing that I would like to suggest right now is that we need to get Mrs. Banowski to investigate that on where we need to start the extension agreement letter, or how we need to go about it. I think that's important that we get that in place at this time, in case because these things drag out, and September is going to be here before you know it. We can't afford to be losing our any of those additional amendments and agreements that were made after, especially the authority that we have right now within the agreement. And maybe we need to have additional updates be reported to us in our future Naabik'iyati meetings, so that we know that we're all up on this situation, and to find out exactly what direction we're going to, just to keep it fresh in our minds. And maybe also we might get contact with the land department and see what kind of new information that they might be able to shed light on some of these agreements that were made, especially 50 years ago. That was a long time ago, And today's a different world. Today's a different day than last 50 years ago. So that might be something that we might want to be look at also to see if the land department has any information that they could share with us. Those are my recommendations, Speaker. I think we need to move forward with let Mrs. Banowski figure out how and where and who needs to start the agreement for to do an extension on the present contract. That's the important thing that we need to get started right now. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Luna. That moving on down, Honorable Atu Su.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that I would like to maybe request too is that the former division director for DNR, the closeout report, what DNR had at the time when the former administration was leaving, how much work, progress, where they were at the time when the new administration came in. And looking at that document, I believe will indicate and tell us how extensively the program has been working on this issue. And but I do agree that we have to move forth on this and get that information. The other is that I think you need to call a work session ASAP related to this matter to provide all the delegates with updated information from what the Department of Justice had. And then I don't know what DNR had. So those information is something that we need so that we could continue to move forth on this, because it is crucial that the agreement is pretty much the baseline of it. And with that, all the other agreements are tied to it. And if we lose this agreement, what will happen? The repercussion of those other agreements that happen on top of this agreement, and which allowed these agreements to move forth. And I do agree that we have to move on that. But if we can, I'm not too sure when you can get something, but we have to get something on this because, like I said, the programs, we want a report from the program thoroughly. What is their progress since when they came in to this point? Where are we at? Did they even draft up something, related to an agreement? So that's just what I want to look at, because it's just like 638 contracts. Someone that we don't know agrees to these contracts, and they put the nation in this position when it's about 1-2 months left of the expiration date of the contract. These programs here they come running through the door. Oh, we have to prove this by December 31st, or else we're not going to have any money for this program. And somebody signs off on those agreements without leadership knowledge. And this is the same way. I believe I believe that's how they're trying to. I think that's how they're trying to treat this. I guarantee you, the very last minute, they're going to be running with this agreement council. You need to approve this. I guarantee you. And but we have to. We have faith in our programs to do all the due diligence that they're supposed to be doing. Remember, they're getting a salary. They're getting paid for it. So they are drawing a salary down. And if they're asleep at the wheel of the quadrilateral agreement, how do we hold them responsible for them sleeping at the wheel? The other is the status of the Antelope holding. What is the status of that on that business there? Are they in a financial crisis now due to this agreement? Is this agreement allowing them to be in a financial situation that did they need resources? I don't know, but that's just something that I was thinking about, because if we allow this agreement not to be renewed or so forth, there's going to be repercussions to that Envelope Holdings company. So, hey, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So let me go to Honorable Paul Begay, and then back to Honorable Freeland because he has a follow-up. And then we'll go from there. Honorable Paul Begay.
Colleague, go ahead. Thank you for listening in. We talked about some documents in the past. The Chief President, Jerry Williams, brought up a terminating vote, a unanimous vote terminating the quadrilateral agreement in 2009, Navajo Tribal Council. I'm wondering what happened to that, and if DOJ can assist me or the delegates in obtaining that copy, what the end result of that legislation is, whatever happened to that. Also, I would strongly recommend and ask you, Mr. Speaker, to give a directive or ask our Chief Legal Counsel, Chief Legislative Counsel, to begin drafting a resolution in support of extending this deadline, because as we've heard now, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. I have participated in some of these meetings. I have never felt the urgency from the departments that are supposed to be participating in these meetings. The urgency is not there. It almost seems like it's not important to them. Natural resources, the economic development director, land development. We need to invite those people. DOJ, Antelope Point Holdings right now. Che Otto So mentioned Antelope Point Holdings. Are they losing money? Yes, they are right now. Their hands are tied because of Navajo or National Park Service's recommendation and telling Antelope Point they cannot do business. And so Antelope Point Holdings, who runs Antelope Point Marina on behalf of the Navajo, they're losing money. They're going to be laying off if nothing happens by Friday, tomorrow, as far as any word from OPVP or anybody saying that the Antelope Point business will be an essential business and they can operate. We are set to lose 40 employees, 40 Navajo employees. And today, as I mentioned, you go apply for a job, nobody's going to hire you because of the virus and what's going on right now. These people already have a job. These people already are set to be able to feed their family. But they might not be able to do that as of Monday if nothing happens. And as I mentioned, this Antelope Point Marina caters only to the visitors. The only part the Navajo people have is that they're employed, and they have all their safety guidelines in place to welcome, to have their employees work there. I believe there's like 30 welders there at Antelope Point that repair the docks and do welding assignments. They're set to lose their jobs. because and I've sent out word again this morning. I haven't heard anything from the executive department. So I'm very concerned. And I do agree with Chiche Otto that we need to get all these participating parties together and very specifically address this quadrilateral agreement issue. And again, my recommendation, I'm asking you, Speaker, see if you can do a directive to our Chief Legislative Counsel to start drafting up a resolution to extend this deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Let me move back to Honorable Freeland for a follow-up. Honorable Freeland?
Just real quick, Speaker. I don't believe DOJ answered my question about the hub zone and opportunity zone designation. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay too. Can I speak again later?
Honorable Freeland, can you reiterate that question?
DOJ didn't answer the hub zone and opportunity zone designation potential.
Okay, well, let me go back to Department of Justice on that, and there was some questions from Honorable Otto So and Honorable Paul Begay too as well.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize, Delegate Freeland. I thought your hot zone question was directed at the Department of Economic Development. If you don't mind repeating it, maybe I can try to provide you an answer.
I was asking about what could be the opportunity for hub zone or opportunity zone designation. I guess it really is DED's question, but they're not on. I don't know if they're on the line to answer it. So that would really be beneficial for our potentials. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Freeland, for that clarification. I am not versed on the opportunities. I would defer to DED. I don't know if they're still on the line, but they may have a better idea of that. And then in regards to Delegate, I didn't have any questions from delegates. So for DOJ or Delegate Begay, but I'm sorry if I missed them. Please, you guys, please let me know. I apologize. I just didn't have anything directed for us.
Let me go back. Is anybody from DD office? Ms. Young, are you still on the line? Nobody from DD?
Mr. Speaker, hello? This is Begay from Parks and Recreation.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Begay. I think is that Ms. Young?
Yes, this is Elaine Young. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. There was a question by Honorable Mark Freeland. I don't know if you have a response to that. And then I'll go to Mr. Begay.
Thank you. In regards to the enterprise zone, yes, there are portions of the land within Parcel B, and that is in the enterprise zone. What we can provide to all of the council is a map of the enterprise zone, land that is available. And then in regards to the hub zone, all reservation land is considered hub zone. So based on contract activity, federal contract activity, anyone that wants to do business on the Navajo Nation portion trust land will qualify under this hub zone. So I hope this answers your question. There are a lot of opportunities in the area of recreational activities, but as far as the federal contract that is in line with the hub zone, it all depends on the types of contracts that will be available from the federal government.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Begay? Oh, do you have anything else to add on? Somebody?
Yeah, in our meetings with the, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. In our meetings with the chapter representatives, I know that some of the chapters that submit proposals for economic development initiatives in their chapters, and so I think those are available for consideration, possibly through DED. And also, we did have a teleconference with the superintendent of Glen Canyon Recreation Area on June 5, and a question about the Antelope Point holdings came up, and his statement that I recall him saying was that they're ready to go along with what the Navajo Nation proposes on reopening of the Antelope Point Marina. They would be open to that, whatever the Navajo Nation decides with Antelope Point. And as Mr. Delegate Begay has pointed out, it would require probably some kind of a statement from the President's office saying that they can be reopened as an essential business operation. Thank you.
Oh, and then, Speaker, I'm sorry, this is DOJ again. I did recall a question that Delegate Begay had asked us.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I believe Delegate Begay had asked a question about a determination the council had done back in 2008, and I haven't had a chance to review the documents, so I can review those and get back with Delegate Begay. I did happen to see in the file that it does look like there was a letter sent by the nation saying that council's actions weren't going to affect the Antelope Holding the site lease. So I think that I just have to wade through those documents to kind of look at what exchanges went back and forth between the nation and NPS at that time. Also, I would note that, you know, with the expiration coming up in the next several months, if it expires, it would moot whatever termination issue did take place back in 2008. So just to clarify that, even if NPS is operating with the idea that the quadrilateral agreement is still in place, it would expire in the next several months. So, but I can do more research on that question for Delegate Begay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. Let me move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And then thank you, DOJ. Speaker, I just want to know that if you can be referring my question to any attorneys, or is it going to be DOJ will be referring it to water units attorneys? But the reason why is that I know that we're talking about the land, but I know that we're dealing with the water too at the same time. You know, the scenery, you know, is part of it. I know that when you can use water, you have to use it, or claim that water is you have to pump it and use it like that. But with this, the water that we're talking about is, you know, that we could use it, you know, to be part of it, you know, to use it. What's the difference between that? So that's what I really wanted to know more about it. I think I got most of the questions that I had has been answered. So it's the one thing that I still wanted to find out more about it. So do you know when or how they'll be contacting me, or well, my question, who do I need to talk to, or you can go ahead and maybe DOJ to get somebody to so I can talk to an attorney? Speaker, that's my question again.
Hold on. Well, let me go back to Ms. Wolaski. I know that she said that there was nobody on the phone call right now, and she did indicate that she was going to find that information and contact you back on. Yeah, I can give her the floor again to reiterate that. I don't know if you heard from her regarding the water issues.
Antelope Point, that you know, yeah.
DOJ, Ms. Pulaski?
Oh, yes, I am here. Yeah, I will email the Assistant Attorney General for Water, and I can CC Delegate Elmer Begay on that email, and I'll let her know that he's interested in getting a summary or some analysis about the water situation up in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. On by Elmer Begay, we just don't have anybody to answer that question immediately on the phone. So, but they, as indicated, they will get that information over to you.
All right, thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker,
Eugene So, go ahead.
Speaker, I'd like a motion to cease the debate with regards to reasons, and I guess we need to get all these research done in regards to the issue that we're at hand now for discussion. That way we'll know more about what we can do about it, or amendments, or rescind some stuff, or whatever. It would be better to talk about it in that what do you say? That way we can consider what we can do with it, instead of we need a lot of legislation or regulation or sort of mission in regards to this issue today. Even now, I motion to cease debate on the question. Did you hear me?
Honorable Eugene So, thank you. I think there's nobody else in the queue or who is recommending for any follow-up right as of this time, Honorable Eugene. So what we can do is that I think there's a plan in place, and it seems like the plan that's in place right now is really trying to say, how can we work together to get this extension in order to keep these MOUs in place without any further delays or without any further impacts to the area. If this agreement does go away, there will be some further action that's going to be needed. So with that, it seems like Ms. Belowski is willing to work together to try to get a legislation, if not an agreement extension of some sort. She's still researching going down that path. I don't know if there's anybody on the phone right now from Office of Legislative Counsel, but what we can do is, if there's not, we'll make sure to reach out from Office of Legislative Counsel to work together with Ms. Belowski in getting that agreement put together so that those extensions can be made. I don't know if that's just a legislation that goes to NABI, or if it just legislation goes all the way to council. That's something we're still going to have to look into. So I think going down that path, that's the ultimate goal as this time. And in that legislation seems to as well, they'll probably be putting together a task force. This task force might come up with individuals, local leaders, maybe a delegate or two, individuals from the Department of Justice, and individuals from Division of Natural Resources in order for that to push forward. So I think that in that task force, that's something that can be clarified within that legislation. And that the time when the legislation becomes before council, if there's any further recommendations, those recommendations can be debated upon at that time. So, unfortunately, there's no cease debate at Naabik'iyati Committee, Honorable Eugene So, but there is nobody else on the line right now. So, I'm going to call for the question now again. I think that we do have a plan in place and moving forward. So I think, again, individuals like Honorable Begay, Paul Begay, Honorable Herman Daniels, for expressing their great interest in making sure that this is something that we continue to discuss here today. So without further ado, if there's nothing else, going once.
This is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Just real briefly, I contacted the previous DED director from the last administration. He confirmed, yes, that the area does have an opportunity zone designation. I just wanted to add that for everyone's information, because I remember that conversation based on trying to attract investment.
That, there's nothing else. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you very much. Around the horn. Accepting the report. Vote.
Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Question of privilege, Honorable James.
So the one that we're voting for is just to move forward. It's not on the piece of paper, right?
It's accepting. What we're voting on right now, Honorable James, is accepting the report.
Gay Jr. E. Allen Begay Jr. Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Ikat.
Nathaniel Brown votes green.
Paul Begay votes green.
Okay. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knaz Bach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Bach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knaz Bach Crotty votes green. Herman M. Daniels. Jr.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Mark Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green. Thank you.
Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Ricky Nez votes green. Carl Slater.
off now. All morning.
Delegate Slater Green.
First one on the Nabi.
Paul Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So.
Chair says oh.
Eugene So votes green. Otto So.
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. P. Allen McGay Jr.
Allen votes green.
P. Allen McGay votes green. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Edmund Yazzie. Edison Winica is excused. With the vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Thank you very much, Ms. Wowski. One of these days I'm gonna get it right. Thank you very much for Department of Justice and your work on this and taking over from Ms. Johnson. And I know that we can continue to work together to get this completed, not only with our leadership there at the local level, but here with the Speaker's office and then also with Office of Legislative Counsel. So again, I look forward to that further discussion, and we'll definitely have a follow-up meetings on this and trying to see how soon we could get that legislation through the process, if needed be. Next, thank you, Mr. Begay, for being on the phone. Ms. Begay from Fish and Wildlife, and then Ms. Young from the Economic Development Office. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion today. Yeah. That, moving on down, receiving reports. Item number B, report on expenditure plan regarding water, power, broadband by myself to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As indicated, well, let me just go over to Honorable James. Honorable James, you there? Am I still online? Honorable James, you there? If Honorable James is not available.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me now?
Well, Honorable James, would you like to take over while I do the report?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the gavel over to you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Chair has another. Do we have a motion to? Oh, no. Go ahead, Sonata. Speaker, your report.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for Madam Chair Amber Carty to request this update from ourselves here at the Speaker's office specifically. Colleagues, we just put together a rundown specifically. I can go into more details on each one of the line items, but we have completely vetted almost all these except for two different areas which we're waiting back for. So I can go ahead and explain. There was an email that was sent out to all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council just now. And the title of the email is called Speaker's Report on Water, Power Lines, and Broadband. There is a presentation that's in there when you do open it up. When we were talking about listening to everyone across when we were having the different work sessions, colleagues, there was water lines, power lines, and broadband that was presented. You know, water lines, as we know, was presented by Mr. Jason John, and his assistants working together with IHS and NTUA. They brought together a plan of over 700 and I think $15 million worth of projects. They focused in on realistically over the past couple of weeks and focused in on what can be completed over a timeline period of the next 3 to 5 years, specifically on certain water projects. And this water project agreement that was presented to everyone that did go out from Mr. Jason John themselves and from Melinda Siako did send it out a follow-up to as well. That total amount is $356,134.186. $186. Those projects were ready to go under the formal Navajo Nation's CARES Act that was passed at CMY-44-20, and that one's pretty much a done deal. The power lines through NTUA, we did ask Mr. Rex Kuntz to follow up on that and make sure everything was good to go. He did. And from NTUA, we got a total amount of $184,500,000 in projects. And this is a totaling amount of $10.4 million for 2020 projects for 348 customers, which is 83 miles of line. In year 2, which is 25.8 million, will be 508 customers for 187 miles of line. Year 3 is 16.5 million, which is for 2022, is for 220 customers, and it's 121 miles of line. And also in that, the capacity needs to be built out too as well for capital projects in building more of these bigger trunk lines in order for more access. As you know, when you have more customers feeding off the lines, you need to build up your main trunk lines too as well. So in 2020, there'll be $24.7 million and 59 projects, and then $106 million in 2021 for 41 projects. That's the total capacity for that build out, totaling the amount that you see there as $184.5 million. Actually, $184.5 million. The next one that is going down the line is from Jemez and Continental Divide. We did work together with Jemez. As you know, Jemez and Continental Divide oversee Eastern Agency. We do have projects in Counselor, Naizi, Ojo, Encino, Pueblo Pintado, Orion from Jemez. And we do have from Continental Divide from Sayatille, White Horse Lake, Church Rock, Smith Lake, and Manuelito. Those total amounts is a little under $5 million with that contingency of 20% that goes to Navajo Nation, or meets the code with the 5% of the taxes too, as well, on both NTUA and Navajo Nation, or Continental Divide and Jemez Electric colleagues. So that total amount right there that we do have ready to go for power lines is at $89.5 million that you see there right before you. Moving on down to broadband, there's $32.8 million right now that was presented from the Navajo Nation, Navajo Nation Telecommunications. And in that, the Choice Wireless, which is known, or NTUA Wireless is also known as Choice Wireless. They have a total amount of $32.8 million to build out their wireless program across the nation to a lot of the different dead zones. Department of IT's needed $3.4 million to build out in order to access into this new equipment that will be brought on. The Navajo Nation cyber team did present before us and indicated that there's 22 projects that are immediately needed, and those 22 projects will help assist to get broadband and information or broadband to 22 new chapters. And that's something that was an immediate infusion that they said that they can be completed within the next year and a half. Other than that, moving on down, NTU has asked for $470,000 to ask for the grant services so that they can help build out Eastern Agency with more grants and individuals that can help proceed to make sure that there's more dollars that will be coming to Navajo Nation and the Eastern Agency portion. Last but not least, there's Navajo Nation Broadcasting Enterprise. And this is the individuals that own Navajo, KTNN and KWRK. This is to help increase in the public announcements, emergency announcements, and all kinds of, how when they say those PA announcements that go over the radio, they're needing this additional equipment in order for them to upgrade not only to different areas in the Western Agency, but as you know, KTNN doesn't go into Eastern Agency as far, but this will help assist in that upgrade to make sure that it's covering more of the areas in meeting those requirements. So $393,670. So that total amount of broadband that was given to us as immediate infusion from our experts that we had here, not only at NTUA, but Navajo from the executive office, from telecommunications, and then also from the Department of Information Technology, and also NTU, and then also owners of KTNN, which is Navajo Broadcasting Enterprise, came to a total amount of $67,132,443. So grand total, Madam Chair, I know that your question was what is this, and these are ready to move forward. There's a total amount of $612,766,629. That's on a grand total right now of what's actually not at a minimum, but more as a mediocre, and not as mediocre, but as a us to start utilizing, us to start drawing down on these funds immediately. This is what was presented by all the individuals known in the field that work for these different enterprises or organizations that are linked up with the Navajo Nation. There is two things that we're still waiting for, colleagues. One of those two things is a follow-up from Jemez Electric, and the other one is from NTU. There still needs to be a breakdown of the 470,000. I mean, there is a breakdown, but each one of these items because NTU will be going through most likely like an MOA or an MOU. So in that Native American broadcastings, they're just needing a more detailed summary of what they're going to be utilizing their dollars for when you put that actually in an expenditure plan. But other than that, all these other organizations are ready to go. Water, power, portions of NTUA, and Navajo Nation Department of IT. So, colleagues, there it is. There's a presentation on that. We just see on the second page is just a breakdown on the pie chart. But this is the immediate need of water, power, and broadband from all the organizations that we've been working with. And these are the final numbers, colleagues, that we have seen. And these are the final numbers that if there was a legislation to be dropped, you can utilize this. Unfortunately, dropping a legislation like this, due to the fact that Navajo Nation Council has passed legislation 116-20, I can't drop this legislation until I immediately sit down with the president and Chief Justice, and they agree on this too as well. Due to the recommendation that was passed by legislation 116-20. We're just waiting for the president now to sign on or to complete that and get that going. And then we can go ahead and meet those needs of colleagues. So I did, that's an immediate report for the water, power, and broadband. Honorable James, I yield back to the floor.
Yeah, that's another photo in content. Like, photo, photo, no, it's really not comment. On our body, though, basically, though, basically,
Delegate Daniels, motion.
Honorable Daniels, it's not.
Sir, Stewart.
Senate, Honorable Stewart, not the kid, the name probably has not any questions pertaining to the report.
Vice Chair, you don't get told that question.
Question is another
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the report. And one area, I guess, I'm glad that we did receive the information from NTUA relating to the broadband. And I believe that's a comprehensive Navajo Nation area proposal. But I believe there's some communities that are out there that are needing some sort of fiber extensions, whether it's to the NTUA or whether it's to the hospital or to the schools or to the essential government or so forth. I was looking at one of NTUA's report, and it only looks like they are only gearing to the building only, NTUA, for the fiber. And I believe from here we need to make sure that as we allocate these funding for COVID, funding related from the COVID funding, that we have to make sure that they include the schools where they're going to extend these fiber optics into these facilities, whether it's schools, health facilities, and so forth. But we have to make sure that they do utilize some of these dollars to do those connections. We know that that the services will be provided by NTUA, to maintain and service the projects. But for instance, you have one of their proposal has a fiber build out from Tonalea to Copper Mine. Is that just the main line, the backbone? And if that's the case, how many schools are they gonna put online there? How many essential businesses are they going to put on? So that's just my thought, because I'm very interested in my community, Tuba City, and it looks like it's only going to go from the end of line to the tower in Tuba City. We have hospitals there, and we have schools, and so forth. And schools going to be returning back to children that are going to be going back to school again. And what I'm getting to is that it's just not only in Tuba City like that, like Kayenta or Shiprock, Fort Defiance. These communities that have fiber a little, not too far away from them. We need to make sure that we do try to get NTUA moving on these fiber extensions, and all the key players such as BIA right away and the Navajo Land Department, because we're going to need a collaborative effort to get these right-of-ways approved. And so that's just my thoughts related to this report, the fiber portion. We really need to get prepared for this, because the schools, whether it's in New Mexico or Arizona and probably Utah, they're gonna have classes from home. Listening to the radio this morning. I listened to CAF radio, and they were talking about the options that parents would have when their children go back to school. One is to, I guess it's called a distant learning program. So if a family has internet at their home, they can take their classes from home, utilize the internet. Then there's a school. There's the option to have the school option too. So we have to get prepared for this as a whole, as a nation, and we have to create those directives in the infrastructure legislation that's going to be presented to council by the three branch chiefs. And we just have to make sure that these protections and these waivers are in there, because even with the issue with our land department signing off on the finalizing on the right of way, I hear that Resources Development Committee passed it, but I believe I haven't heard anything from the president's office to say that they did sign off on it. And I was talking to BIA. BIA told me that president still needs to sign off on it. And that just made me think. And if the legislation was final at RDC, I really hope that they do adhere to that. But those are just my concerns. Schooling is coming around the corner, and communities that have fiber optic just a little ways out of town, or that needs to be upgraded. We have to put those fiber projects as priority, because they have children, they have the numbers and population to serve. So that's just my thinking of the fiber portion. And then I go the same for the water also. And but other than that, thank you very much, Speaker, for your report. Thank you.
Yeah, so moving on to next. Honorable Honorable Daniel So.
Kula, yeah. Say, Ado Satele, Honorable Speaker. The question is, have we made sure that these projects, whether they be water line or power lines, they aren't being double listed with the citizen projects? And I think part of it was they were previously citizen projects. Is there the ability to list it over here? I don't think that was that particular question was answered by either Miss Werner or Miss Barbara. If they did, I must have missed the answer. However, the main focus here in getting the floor is that a couple of the chapters within my district have basically put in additional requests, and I didn't see the comprehensive list. All that was forwarded to the council right now was Plan M, but the comprehensive list for waterline projects. Most specific is a water line to Sand Springs community within Whitehorse Lake. And then there's another one that's within Counselor Chapter. So I wanted to be sure that that was part of this expenditure plan that's being developed. So are we going to continue to receive additional requests? Since, what is it, JN 47-20, the outcome of that particular council resolution hasn't been determined by the office of the president and vice president. So that would be my basic question. And I do appreciate your work, and we certainly appreciate legislative staff and even the folks that did come forward. NQA, Jason John, and the folks at James Mountain Electric and Continental Co-op. I'm glad you recognize that the Continental Divide Electric Co-op and James Mountain Electric Co-op are continuing to review the requests from the chapters, and will also continue to submit those additional items to be included in the expenditure plan. Again, I appreciate the work. That would be my question and statement regarding this report. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Crowley.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shiaj. I appreciate you stepping up in the leadership role, and I'm glad that you can't cease debate. Just kidding. Speaker, thank you for the report. I echo, if we could get a breakdown on the plan that you just provided and emailed out. I think what we want to do is cross-reference what are some of the projects that would meet the deadline, and also in previous water projects, I'm looking at our the legislation of the prior council and approving $600 for water. We know that certain districts are in a greater need to develop their water, but there also was an opportunity for delegates to either, and so I want to see if some of these projects include like the cistern systems or these intermediate actions that we could take, like water hauling. Is there going to be a discussion about how to repair some of the water infrastructure that we have been blessed to get the national pipeline. That's a lot of negotiation, and I think there are several projects that will help us get these lateral lines done. And so we do have some money that are they considering it called recapturing, and what kind of commitment we'll still have from the governor regarding making sure these water projects are still going to be funded by New Mexico. And then in terms of electricity, again, this would just need a little bit more information. There are community members that wouldn't probably do not meet the deadline to get fully served to, the electric line. But in this proposal, is there room, or there should be room to have discussions on solar lighting, as everybody from this fund should have an access to some type of a source of energy. So whether it's connecting them to a pole or giving them solar lighting, that I think should be the hallmark of what we're doing here. Also, in terms of broadband, I think we would look at if we could get also some visual maps that will also help. And lastly, I want to have a conversation. We did at our last session last Friday, we talked about burnouts. But I think the way that I looked at the burnout was these were families who were basically did not have a home and needed immediate, rapid rehousing. I think beyond the burnouts, we have additional needs out there, especially as we talk to our medical providers and the type of exposures that have been happening to these multi-generational families, or families who weren't able to isolate because they all share common areas, or they share, these common utilities. So I'd like to have that conversation too. I know that I'm looking at the numbers. So if you have $612 million, and I'm adding up what was passed last Friday, it looks like we're above our benchmark of what we received from U.S. Treasury. And so I'd like to get some guidance in terms of what areas of these expenditures are flexible, where they may not, or I'm not sure if we're at that stage, or maybe guide us. Are these final numbers, and then we need to start making compromises? And how do we pull in and have conversations for the record with the president's office, with Chief Justice? I do have on my calendar the next 3-branch meeting next week. And so I'd like to be prepared or have a way that we can have conversations so that we're not duplicating any work. And if there's been any analysis done, then we can just move forward. So thank you. Those are my questions and comments. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Speaker, for response.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Let me go to Madam Chair Naabik'iyati first before I lose my train of thought, because there was a lot of questions in there. Just to indicate, yes, so we can send out the project listing. I think everybody should have that, but we can send it out again. It was directly from Jason John, and we can move forward in sending that additional areas out. But when you're talking about different projects, Madam Chair Crowdy, this is projects that were not put together by ourselves or anybody else. Again, it was put together by Jason John and his team on what is a reality and what can become a reality in all these different areas across the Navajo Nation, and what's the biggest need of water. And as quickly as we can get these water projects completed and put in, then we can go ahead and move forward. But to answer your question, this water project, or the water project's total amount of the $300+ million That also does include agencies to receive hauled water. Does include cistern systems, and it does include wastewater systems too as well, like I forget, leach fields, or I forget what those upgrades to some of these bigger systems that needed them for expansion, like sewer pond lagoons. That's what I was trying to say. Those areas are all in here and have been included. I didn't know that we were going to give this presentation today, but we can get Mr. Jason John on in the future, and he can explain what is all in here again. As indicated, it's the same presentation that he did before, except for the fact that he did reduce it down to making it a possibility for all these areas to get some kind of needed water in our local communities, but more importantly, where we can get some operational assistance in the meantime in order for us to go ahead and move forward. So in answering your other questions, Madam Chair Crotty, about we're doing some cross-referencing. I think that that's something we can do in the future, especially if there's recommendations like Honorable Daniels has indicated. I honestly, looking through this right now, Honorable Daniels, I can't see anything in here where it's saying Counselor Chapter or Sand Springs. But again, there's some of these areas that I don't know that have different names. And Mr. Well, actually, right here, Counselor Liebrook System Upgrade. But I would have to refer to Mr. Jason John and giving you those specifics. So what I'll do is I'll ask, we'll get that information, Chairman So, and follow up on that, and then we can get that back to you. Honorable Otto So, I will definitely follow up with Mr. Rexley, Rex Kuntz or Haas, and trying to understand if there's any areas of fiber that's needed immediately or to local schools. I'm having staff write this down right now so we can meet with Rex and his team or anybody else that might know, like Mr. Chris Vicente next door, who might have more information, him working together with the telecommunications individuals. But again, colleagues, this is just information that we took from them and comprised it and put it together and making sure that this can become a formal discussion, a starting point in order for us to get there and get these projects completed. Actually get these projects to be somewhat in a relevancy into a legislation. So I hope I answer your questions. We can follow up on the fiber optics, follow up on Sand Springs and Counselor. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, if there's specific questions, you can email me and we can sit down with Mr. John. But more importantly, what I could do is we could have another work session with Mr. John and IHS and Water Management Branch again and NTUA, but they're going to present the same thing that they have presented in the past. So I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Another speaker. Honorable Mark Freeland. I'm glad you mentioned sistering systems, Speaker. Sistering systems and solar. And in my area, especially to the more rural areas, it's going to be a real challenge to get right-of-ways by December. due to the complexity of the land status. There's no way we're going to get right-of-ways. So I have one chapter, there's 39 homes that don't have running water. So I asked them if cistern systems would be sufficient. Yes, that was the answer that I got. So I'm going to really push. I'm going to talk to Jason, but I'm going to talk to IHS. I'm going to talk to NTUA. How can we focus on some of our rural chapters, especially the ones that I have, that don't have electricity and running water? There's 10, 11, 12, 15 families north of Chaco Canyon as well that don't have any sort of infrastructure. Is there any way we can get these homes some cistern systems and solar units installed as well? It would be a game changer to them. It would be a game changer to the families, the people, the elders, the children. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Speaker. I was going to ask that if they're included in the expenditure plan. So contingent upon what's going to happen with 0116, we have to wait and see. And then it's almost like playing chess. We'll know our next move after that. So thank you, Shana. Tile.
It's not no sini ta sonana ti. Ide ya ta ilan de.
Are you going to follow up? Oh, I was going to follow up with. Okay.
This is another Alan Begay.
Vice Chairman Kira Dole. Vice Chairman Kira Dole. This is another Nana. Speaker. Hello, colleague. The base of Hagos Atsoya or Dingos. It's June. Maybe give us a timeline. I didn't hear that specific timeline. When we'll be seeing actual construction on these projects. Although right away, what are the potential that is being recommended from each of the entities to say that these are some areas that would really speed up the progress in expediting the construction for each of these projects? The water line, power line, other broadband, other others. Is there a potential that each of the our Navajo entities planning to utilize outside source to have full operation on a daily basis, meeting the deadline for December? Water line, I'd like to see which areas. Maybe let me put it this way for my 5 chapters, or maybe I'm sure each of the delegates, 24 delegates, are looking to say that, okay, this is within your area. This is for water line. This is the water line projects for your area. This is the power line projects for your area, and this is the broadband service proposal for your area. Because I've been working closely with the IHS and the chapters, working on updating all the waterline projects. There's several listings just for my 5 chapters. It indicates $80 million have been used to some extent, has been are needed. There's a SDS. A lot of my chapters, waterline projects are listed in there, but the IHS has that as a priority. Now, the other thing that do we still go by the IHS waterline project? Because some of these waterline projects
the IHS labels them as infeasible. Okoko dik at ni hidden and linkin latte or you base or little bit not of nets not that a lot of these projects are on hold. Either that you base or little don't have no but or nothing date on dated that's all yeah. Elakit our saton hidden and linky paper cut each la. Dik a ton linky napatot but yet IHS has some criteria. Are we still going to follow the IHS criteria? Otherwise, we'll be leaving out so many of our Navajo people who's wanting water because IHS has determined them as infeasible. Because if for example, if one of my chapter is labeled as such, I sure like to start working with the IHS and the local chapter and say, okay, how can we make this possible for our Navajo people or Navajo family to get water line, cistern system. Because yes, the plumbing will be within the house, but the people will still continue be hauling water. So has taken some of the chapters have limited service in getting water. So other power lines they still have to work with the local chapter raising officials, chapter officials in Liniki, getting the consent from the committees so NTUA with working with the local chapter, and how do we incorporate this with the Light Up Navajo? Based on that, electricity that these that's on the so those are some areas I feel I would like to see further detail of how we need to continue work in getting prepared for these services. Broadband, for example, for each of my 5 chapters, even though there's towers, I do say that I need at least 1 additional towers for each of the community. That's 5 towers for my area. So Mr. Speaker, so the detail area where big at all crap is a band need project ready to at the Banada Ada that Abbas on it up in mountains. I go hit all the eat naturally. A call that ego equado bahasito so I would appreciate if the council would listen to me as I do listen to you. So it equals us as a bahasito.
Speaker or
Here's another. Here's the lineup. She has a chat with Honorable Jamie Hino, Herman Daniels, Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Thank you.
No, she has Honorable Jamie Hino.
Dad, put me after Elmer Brigade, Vice Chair Smith. Can I speak? Hello.
Jamie Hino. Uncle. Herman Daniel.
Can I speak? This is Hino.
Oh, Hinya, I thought you said you wanted to speak after Vice Chair Smith. Or after the Elmer Brigade.
I kept getting interrupted.
Okay. All right, then. How was she not done? She has it, Jamie Hinya, the Naho Shahna. Otto Herman Daniels, Otto Elmer Brigade, how was she? Jamie.
I can't suggest the Vice Chair James. The Shinantak, Nasi 20 and Nagi. Speaker Damon. I just wanted to bring up the water line projects in any but this case of Le Alamo, Tojile, and Rema. AD ones this case of the other eastern areas. The chapters carry other all people's information for the Haza. So we need coordination from our chapters all the way down to who has what. Because some of the families I could think of right off the top of my head, they have zero infrastructure, meaning that they need water. But let's say, for example, if all they have is a hogan and no plumbing, how much time would it take to get water to this family to get it fully hooked up to meet the IHS standards, meaning water testing, plumbing standards, and we have a short window here, so that's my concern is, do we have enough time within this period to service those families that have absolutely no infrastructure at all, from the ground up we type of infrastructure that we need to do for some of the families. And there are families that have maybe plumbing. They have plumbing, but no way to hook up. So those are the easier ones I'm thinking. So I just wanted to bring that out. If we could somehow get a message out to the chapter CSCs and then community development ASC that we need to be with each other 100% when it comes to identifying the families. And I believe maybe IHS does have a listing, but the meetings I've been to with IHS, they rely mostly on the chapters for additional information. And so even in Akwagi, and time is ticking right now, and I just hope that the president does not decide to veto everything and we don't go through this process of starting from square one again. Hopefully just moves with it. We need to get that money out to the family. Thank you.
Had Nana Siajatank, Ache Nasanandole, Asa Nandole, other speaker, but not with us. Honorable
don't forget Vice Chair Smith.
Herman Daniel.
Vice Chair Smith, like to say something.
Nella, you're on the list. Last one, and then we'll go ahead and return back to speaker for response. Herman Daniel.
Nation Council, Kodota, speaking to the report that was made by Speaker Kodota, the Chair Kodota presentation, Adonan Kodona Gaita, based on Kodon Khan, Kodona Gait, 600.5 million. J. Kodo, Picashing, Ahalnet of Cashing, ICC, Papanya, that was Kodo, Shanatana, Seniki. I wasn't at the part of the discussion. Kodona very Friday yet down a very special session because of the family emergency matters. Kodo even Kodo I don't hit I wasn't part of it. Kodo even on his $1,000 let go. I don't know Kodo about this case of Kodo. It's not on the game. Give me $1,000. I see Kodo and that's the Kodo. The areas of our water line that Adonan power line basically we are to a never see had that on the way down Adonan telecommunication where was just I think the year telecommunication that been done initially what data so the radar we want this case get the hashin that he host ego big ego deal niche because we are general so we are the bleed or what are general so man this case could not understand throughout the whole Navajo Nation, 110 chapters, 110 communities. This is actually our state. And I appreciate the report that was given by Speaker Protect Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniel. Speaker, statement.
Thank you. Let me go back to there was two questions I didn't cover, and it'll set up the timeline that Honorable Keon Begay and some of what Chairman Hinio and Honorable Mark Freeland wanted to know too as well. Anywhere that I see in here to answer your questions about solar, Honorable Freeland and Madam Chair Crotty, I haven't seen any, but again, some of these projects that are titled under NTUA, I don't, they have names that might actually be for solar projects. I would have to refer those questions again back to Mr. Rex Kuntz. With this presentation, I didn't know we were going to have this presentation or discussion again today, or else we would have had them all here. But they were here for the whole almost 2 days, answering your questions and getting those completed. I can bring them back for a second go around. I'm sure they're willing to come back and do a follow-up on the presentation right before we drop this for legislation. When you're talking about a timeline, I think Chairman Hinio stated it, is that everything that you see on this listing here before us today, all the water projects, all the power lines, all even into the broadband, all of these, as indicated when I first presented back over a week and a half ago, all these projects are not going to be completed by December 30th. All these projects have a timeline of up to close to the water projects have elongated as long as 5 years to get these water projects all completed. So in order for us to actually make water, power line, and broadband become a reality on the nation, Congress is going to have to extend its deadline for us. And that's what we have to do, is lobby Congress in order for that to happen. All these 3 different initiatives are not going to become a reality, especially when we have problems like Honorable Keon Begay has indicated. What are the solutions to some of these problems? Speeding up the right-of-ways, expediting expenditures. We can have those discussions, but the overall goal, I think, is first, you're asking me, Honorable Keon Begay, to give you a realistic timeline when we actually going to see construction. From what I have seen in the past, and working together with Mr. Jason John and working together with Rex on power line projects, we're going to pass a legislation maybe next week or the week after expenditure plan. That expenditure plan goes into effect, takes another 10 days for OMB to create their new accounts under them. Then they go out that way. Then it goes into the lead agent. You're talking about another week after that for the lead agent to accept its documents, accept its funding. And after the lead agent does that, in some cases, we're going to have Department of Justice having to build memorandum of agreements or memorandums of understandings that's going to be needed to be signed off by the president in order for NTUA to receive money or NTU to receive the money or Hamus Electric or Continental Divide to receive those funds in a timely fashion. So you have to you either build an account or you build an MOA. Those two things are going down the same path at the same time in order to get these funds out. Then after that, you're realistically going to have to start working together with Jason John, and he's indicated that we're not going to get that many right-of-ways completed. The ones that are available within this fiscal year, if we have an absolute deadline, I think Jason John did indicate him and his group working with Rex and with Mr. McDonald, they can spend something like $69 million this year alone. That's how much money they can guarantee to get expended by this end of fiscal year. But they cannot expend the total amount, and the reason why is just as indicated by Honorable Keelan McGee, is about the right-of-ways and about the timeliness, the process that we have internally and externally, especially if it comes to Eastern Agency, when we had to work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs in order for them to write off on documents, especially through Indian allotment lands. So you're looking about another 2 months, maybe as early as 2 months, Honorable Keelan McGee, before maybe even sooner if N2A Wireless can work together to get an MOA or MOU together so we can give them that $32 million right away to start building out on more towers and more access to the wireless programs. But NTU, as you know, they're going to have to be dealing with right-of-way issues. I think Mr. Rex said a minimum of 3 months before they can start getting some of those initiatives complete. I know some of the right-of-ways that they do have right now were ready to go for Light Up Navajo. Maybe those ones are going to be some of the first ones that be done and get expended, so it can help assist in drawing down some of these funds quicker. And then just to answer your question, Honorable Kenyo, all three of your chapters are included in this. I think every single chapter in the Navajo Nation is included in some different project. If it's not included in a water project, it's included in a power line project. If it's not included in one of those, it's included in a broadband project. So every one of the chapters across the nation will be receiving something. Again, I might state it, and Honorable Keelan McGee, you might not agree with me on this one, Che, but this $600 million is not enough to give everybody what they need in their communities. And we're not going to get everything. And it's not me saying we're not, as you as a delegate, that the people are not going to get everything that they want. We built this expenditure package, are these off what the experts indicated on how quickly and where the best possible areas in order for them to have future expansion when they go out and get more CDBG funding, to get more capital outlay funding from New Mexico, that they will have these hookups ready in the future so that it's easier in order for us to connect the big circle, the big blue circle, in order for us to have recirculating water on the nation, across the whole Navajo Nation. So again, colleagues, this is a starting point. We're not going to get here if Congress doesn't extend it. So we need Congress to extend that. But this is just what we have been given from NTUA, Water Management Branch, NTU, Hamus, and individual variables in order for us to get broadband information. So to answer your question, Honorable Daniels, yes, this covers everything But more importantly, when you see it and you do a breakdown, maybe what we can do is do a breakdown by individual chapters. I know the staff is probably going to looking isn't looking forward to that, but we can do that as an individual breakdown to each one of the chapters in order for us to go ahead and show where these different projects are at. I can definitely ask Mr. Rex for the visual maps of where these projects are going to go. So with Jason, so as well with Mr. McDonald in IHS. NTUA definitely will have their trunk lines presented, and we can get those maps too as well from them. We'll work together to get those maps. Those maps are something that we did ask for, and there's still, some of the companies are still working on them. But that wasn't something that was needed immediately for an expenditure plan. The overall goal for the expenditure plan was just a listing and also criteria methods on how and what they were going to utilize these funds for. So we do got that information, and that's the reason why I can say that if we were going to drop this legislation today, it's something that we could. But again, it seems like with council passing 116-20, there is that going to be that wait in order for us to work together with the president and Madam Chief Justice to get a compromise on what projects are and are not going to get funded. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair James.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, Otto Raymond Smith, Thomas Walker, Otto Nathaniel Brown Dole. Start, Elmer Begay.
My question here is, we have a nonprofit organization at Dalcon chapter, and they call it Dig Deep, according with water. And what the Dalcon chapter did is that they did the survey, see how many people out there without water, and then also included if they need a septic tank, system tank, and then if they need a bathroom addition, and then but all of them had to have a home site in it. So right now we got all the listeners. It's over 200 people that needs water, system tank, and septic tank. And right now they're not on. The only way that this Dig Deep can help them is they have to be. They're not supposed to be on the IHS listing. So right now, it all started where only eight people were assisted with septic tank and system tank. They got install all that, but this COVID-19 came around, so they hold off on it. So right now, about a week and a half ago, they started hiring people again. So my question here is that, Speaker, these are the priority is the elderly, and then family that has children, and then with being disabled too. So there's a priority that they go by. So right now, these non-profit